na so within the whole year asama method ekwanya wo be faso a ode be ye niam nti sa wo ka se ontimi ntomra na if is we do constitution enye no kre if se sa constitution na so why ni so pepepe a otimi tomra na ye share article 146 na eye on ekwanya wo faso a utimi edekwa edu ebo ye justice or ye former justices of the Superior Court, High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court, any chief justice, ye war in way provisions be a so faso. And to what I said, dear, me de midisep make us a man penny wa form constitution and so we shall also be the quadru ever bought a chief justice. I was set and maybe no constitution and not gap crowd.
Ghanaian Observer, Daily Watch TV, Hydra TV, Top TV, Next 2 TV, GH1, Oman FM, Star FM, Joy News, City FM, the new Crusading Guide, Kingdom FM, the 1957 News, the Custodian, TV Africa, NPP News. Please, want to within the app. That's just how true.
So what can say? A process and no man penny a fashion to 1 year bonibia, many 1 year journey. Na me be church or sans in similar. Sa process name or namson, say a constitution and or a year NDC for a casa or namson. Na constitution na so within the whole year, asama method ekwanya wo be faso a ode be ye niam nti sa wo ka se ontimi ntomra na if is we do constitution enye no kre if se sa constitution na so why ni so pepepe a otimi tomra na ye share article 146 na eye on ekwanya wo faso a utimi edekwa edu ebo ye justice or ye former justices of the Superior Court, High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court, any chief justice, ye war in way provisions be a so faso. And what I said, dear, me de midisep make us a man penny wa form constitution and on a me bet you. So we shall also be the quadru ever bought a chief justice. Was set and maybe no now here constitution pana not gap kakra wo and yes sound common and be due sound come see and change your constitution ye hon sound common na ye regional so kese and na case because Supreme Court your friend Ejechum versus Attorney so we are away eja watie fonti na me pensem no bia hu se bi enye se eye abufuo so ana se eye emotions na dey ka asem na emom se nyina ye nti no and Ejechum ka se wo hwa article 146 na unlike other justices of the Superior Court na a chese obi de kwadu bebo mu a yes chief justice etimi find the friend is prima facie case enyina so bi wom se ampa ese ye kwa asemi mu no ebi ni chief justice de no na yenyi ni se sa omo ye constitution man na eye omo pese sa ne beba if se wo hwemu pa chief justice ndi edi kan wono so yes justice of the Superior Court na sebio ono ana fefo justice of the Superior Court impo ye find prima facie case na ono a sebi oda omo ano energy twum no e kire ye nyina na eja ye nyina ye di so se ese won so eno mo ka se ese president the Council of State ye run en munyam for mugu Council of State any president e find this prima facie case no na sa prima facie case no ena constitution or clause 10 of says a president finally said there's a prima facie case or best said the committee amo ma hwemu asem no na omo hwe kwadu ni mu nso a owo ho kwan say or best suspend the chief justice and obetwe na say adwuma no fasi ho atwen ansam ye hwem e ho no na me kire obi asese wo ka se sa tumi na ye de ahye omampanyin sa no obi antimi question na wo ye wrong na me be kireche mu ho wo hwe me na enyenhye just obetimi na constitution na wo hwe provisions bit is article 296 any bit says article 23 any impose Supreme Court cases or may decide says here decide to me bisa amawa yes wo yidi ne tene will be fair and candid. It should not be based on prejudice against the person. In other words, it is subject to review. It is subject to constitutional check. And it's how can it trust on the word processes intimate, why exercises our power and swing to mean challenge. I mean, if it's at the exercise of that discretionary power in itself. Is subject to constitution. If you look at Article 296, it's very clear on that. Nona yakase, nene say what exercises our power no. Two things. Say you person we are transparent enough. Do na aka. Na me no mo ya adwene so. So we find this our prima facie case. Na say nka your reasons. Emma ye man
for any reasons.
Emma you reasons are. Would they find this our prima facie case? But without even the reasons, which I believe are grave in Impuno, it is still subject. The fact that that discretion can be subjected to constitutional review in itself still stands. Now, government communication for say minimum and also say major national akatia. They be the better on Facebook platform so a leaky. And you say, two things, channel president, a quite bear so. Wow, my information was so Carter not come Chief Justice. Wama reasons be then you are here or a quite bear so. I mean, Obi, Sebi is only fair. So, quite to be the quite to be Bobinas will me yan. That's how to me children of quite crowd, Jina, so we are so quite doing in a soon tina, Brabe one. And now. Reasons nama name me say reasonable manner or her petition. So what man would take president and name yen petition in her say Senkabe find the prima facie case. Now face what's suspended because suspension and this will find the prima facie case Now what is our committee no quite do na yemiensa and then make nyamrema me pa fi na dem so nyamrema yen fa asem na poso
your time pa but even answer na obe competition dem na me pa che o
ya mo say ma me no sabia o de nikunu ene ne ba atukwan and mo maboka to ofili ya so na sami jamfi abetena 260 billion bisa sami jamfi say so ono ko ampo atukwan a how much does the state spend on him? He alone. The business class are ultra and won't it even be more than 260,000? But Chief Justice, who is the head of an arm of government, just like the president is the arm of the executive, just like the Speaker of Parliament is the head of the legislature. Now, all to crime. Now, by the nature of a country, no, all to no. A ben yase busieni bibe on chain. Nasa be one fan in Punao, one fan no kafo, and the ba so more anka hono. Ose a boom raso. Meanwhile, the head of the executive, to kwanya. Nasa neba Sharaf eka hon na wonka fo mama first lady her excellency eka ho obi anyone we ndc we hwan you we NPP new now bana be condemn say President Mahama etu kwan with the presidential jet ne mawum na wonka fo wum ne hwan wum na wonim de woka because what is wrong with that sir me papa Speaker of Parliament with the greatest of respect. Not a speaker back being to crime be Nasa the Tiana or certain Bussian for Bicaho, none the Hoka Focaho, none the Babaco Kahua. What is wrong with that? 260,000 citizens, and say to me, super mammy, a good animal say. Wabra Kroma, even deputy CEOs who crampono, we know how much they spend on their trips. But now ye head of judiciary no was one in to crime and in the better quantino. Yam Pamono. Now these are some of the popular yaba. And to no and they say prima facie no. Are these offenses? Now if these are the offenses, that's what say prima facie into Babe Pamono and you are so bien so it's tantamount to personal dislike. Now Pamni we are for front of the fanon. Also baba Nanyam Marana Obe prefer any adventure on all the matters that will come before them. Our Supreme Court no. And now the judgment and the opinion no because a panel you know no be can obi so dey ba be kan ho yasesem. And at all times and I need no president na wo mpo afa no no. Ebe kwa kosia akobenkrum. Nti no so na se woni ko yin disagreement na so be the petition ba. And so be pa wona na. I have listened to Asempa. what Asempa is saying is I and I'm a meno or buy NPP cases in Kwan and Tentemo around Panam. Now, woman put the Abone Koye at the order that Ankahohe, and this is for the Abone Koye at the order that Ankahohe. Is this grounds to remove a Chief Justice? Until say, on Mampeni for France Bar. Also, Emma petitions because every Chief Justice, if these are grounds that are prima facie, then every Chief Justice will have prima facie grounds for which they should be removed. So please, a dangerous precedent. But Asempa also make a very advisable. Finally, no. With the greatest of respect to Chief Justice, me a judge of
Article 146. This will not be the first time the head of an independent constitutional body be go through. And if former presidents were not minded to put in place our regulations now, why do you blame this one for
the former 77 constitution, it doesn't make an exemption. Constitution say obi e breach constitution that's will be an challenge here. It doesn't make it right. Say assume see amasem into bentia into there is no immunity for the breach of the constitution. So there is the constitution is being breached. This suspension in the absence of a regulation breaches the constitution. Sabi, see breaching on your it doesn't make it right today. So the suspension of the Chief Justice, right, to begin with, in the absence of a regulation or a law to guide the power of the president, to suspend the Chief Justice under Article 296, under Article 14610, is a breach of the Constitution. Secondly, what went into the suspension, right, was it done in a manner which is fair and candid? How are we supposed to know? Because the thing, right, is in camera. It is the more reason why there ought to be a regulation for the performance of that duty. So what I say, the fact that it is in camera, it is the more reason why it cannot be done in the absence of a regulation, a published regulation, which informs Ghanaians that this is the procedure by which a Chief Justice may be suspended by the President. These are the grounds upon which he might be suspended. So what I say.
Yeah, but now, 296 lawyer. The exercise of discretionary power generally. When you come to 14610, specifically when it comes to the CJ, actually what should happen in suspending the CJ, and it says the president on the advice of the Council of State may. If the president has gotten the advice from the Council of State, which is a requirement, now the president is minded to want to go ahead with a suspension until especially when it comes to CJ. Yes. Yes.
Does it cease to be the exercise of discretionary power simply because he's receiving advice from the Council of State?
No. But there is an express mention.
This is constitutional interpretation.
Sure.
Okay. What we say 2961, right? Does it say subject to 14610? Does it say that?
No.
Does it? So it doesn't make exclusion for the president's exercise of power under 14610. So what I say, you see, it is talking. The only exception in here is the exercise of discretionary power by the judiciary or by a judge or a judicial officer.
Yes.
So if it was making an exception for the president under 14610, it would have said subject to 14610. Going through the Constitution, you see, constitutional interpretation, there must be harmony among the various parts of the Constitution.
Yes.
So yes. And so go through the Constitution, wherever an exception is created, it does so. Right? right? By either stating so expressly or stating subject to.
Council of State Quaternasia, Omoye 31. Emumu 30 of them. Say, mammy, baby, the okay, the petition with your babu, papa. Nipa 30 out of 31.
How did you know?
Oh, Makacho, go and do your checks. Let me see my intercept. 30
voted for.
I am for I just say, oh, to be on your politics simple. Me pesa boti adebiase because MPP for ne kasa. They talk as if say we been pay my men say man politics inti. Masa udi bone na ukru ayama na ukru ayama o.
Omo kasa because of some amu kind opposition. Some anu we dey ba okọ.
Na NDC ni bi afile petition. NDC ni bia file petition. NDC jo ma na say General Mosquito and Sami Jenfi and General Secretary of NDC ko gina fa ne ka say ye ba ma me ne beko. Ye gina ye ne ka za. Ye me petitioner. Me the petition akọ say ye mpa mo ma me araba na. Omo ma mi di intention adu omo ni to bi. O ka omo kasa bo ashomu su say ye ashomu yem say ye mo omo sambre omu su because this Chief Justice is a demigod and above the law. Na say wa ye bibi no obi nim say tia ga na mra. Intimi invoke the constitution because on one is special and she's above the law. Is that what people are saying in this country? Are we governed by the rule of law or the rule of the Chief Justice?
What people are saying because she occupies a very critical position as the head of an arm of government. If a petition is sent for a removal, the grounds should be solid.
Now, we need the grounds of the petition.
Who also intercepted?
Okay, me back. Who now will say the grounds should be solid? And Sakwana make candy minimum. It will be so say Council of State nipa 30 ahemfo.
Yes.
Akuku dying lawyers.
Yes.
Into omunyina time. Chief Justice.
Are they all lawyers?
I
know say the former
Chief Justice. They don't have to be lawyers.
Establishing prima facie, you know.
But must you be lawyer? No. Prima facie nature saying determine say on the face of the petition and the allegations contained therein, you know, there is a case to answer.
But there is a reason why the Constitution said say because at every point in the ABA president be a lawyer. And the president alone cannot do that determination if he's not a lawyer. Until then fall on the Council of State. Because
the reason is not because of lawyer. No, it's not because of that. The president has a lawyer, the Attorney General, who is a lawyer for the government and the president. The president he gets advice from that. And see, the reason why the president must consult the Council of State is not because the president may not be a lawyer. No. Or because the Council of State will have members who are lawyers. No.
But if you
hold on. You go step by step. We said there is a prima facie case. Mameno Asem. I also Yanka say wodifo. Yes, so was someone. It was so yede.
Nipa one na one vote for no. A former Chief Justice ana.
There be minim.
Eno de unim.
Why intercept minim. Unimaka. Obi e Canadian and now person change akonya na be count there me dem see nipa 30 nipa 30 ni nyina ntimi nya NDC for nipa 30 ni nyina ntimi time Chief Justice nipa 30 ni nyina ntimi nya people who are just pursuing a partisan end. You hear my point? Nyina say asem na was hwehwem mo krono na wudru kejeti ani e pam kronfo udwane ayeden yen ka say wudifo yesi ye ba be hwehwe asem mo na se yebe hwehwe asem ni mu dia Constitution no sanso kano article 146 was say
yes
e was say ye say independent na me kan ho asem no ye nya yi omo a Council of State no mo ne tu o mampanyi mahamafo no
yes
o mbetimi atu nufo so mampanyi se se aye fitin hwehwe mu ya se Chief Justice no manentranchen tunu sensen na ye di asem ni wi a wa ye den wa beto na dwuma so obi dientia ewu hia se yetimi onim se omo mutwe constitution woni nyansa se wo ye Chief Justice na wo tu kwan wa wo pemu ko wa koye wa ade bi wo private akwantu a policy ni hye wo se nipa ba ko pe na betimi na tu kwan wo bodyguard wo security detail na betimi na tu kwan wo bodyguard ono nko na betimi na tu kwan a aban be ye den be fa ho ka sa wo didi pa foforo bi akwa wa na wo se wo fa ho ka
untimi ma bodyguard nem tena say enfo bi fofo
nko policy ne say eye wo nam say wo ko private intino unu bodyguard pe Antiaraba Chief Justice tu kwa aburuchira wakofa ni kunu asanso afa ne baba wanfa ba ko mienu ono ane private travel obi asabe da wosalo edi susu o wakofa ni kunu tie wakofa ni kunu ono ane response mo jitu that was a private trip wakofa ni kunu akofa ne baba atam Ghana sika twitwiri die be 2.8 billion old Ghana cedis ne chire obi
enya sa ma must take can sika almost 30 petition ne mo no
yes sika ne yes
I don't know we so old Ghana cedis no
na obi a platform me make new Ghana cedis wa omo mutie ne tete no dodo na no old no mutie ase be 2.6 billion cedis wa kukuru sika twitwiri die odi atwa ticket amana ho business class we twa bia mane kunu aban sika o we twa bia mane ba odi akọ private trip private travel akọ abuchi akọginani vacation so akọ abuchi akọdodro ne ho abuchi akọdodro ne ho wafa wo baba usika bebrebe went down to take it wo di aban sika na ekotwa business class ticket ama wo baba any wukunu now they catch ba kumpwe and now they catch economy open business
but
if you any
the response to that
o twa we ya no kwa kwama ne so we and o san so fa Ghana sika and o san so chema wo mo per diem dollars masa asembeni assemble how can anybody defend this? No. What Council of State for Nina Ejitum Zemame no. Ye rense minimum. What tam Ghana sika titri die e ye tra business class ticket ama wukunu. Ene wo baba. Asanso etua Ghana sika ma wo mo per diem in dollars. Enye see simple.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? Radio program of the year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Obinye, Ekosiisen, Bonsu our Minisempa, the Brani Mamba, Obi, Sum, Oriba, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie. Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM,
Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mama. Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi.
Asempa,
94.7 Asempa FM. It's the first day of May 2025, a new month, the 5th month of the year 2025. Wow. It happens to be a statutory holiday in our country, and the May 1st, otherwise known as Workers' Day, and our May Day. And the Ghana Jumayefwe Kukushia, Ewo Independence Square, Emma Omanpenyi, John Domani Muhammad, in Sembebrina Eto and Enim will be sharing a sept with you. Now, if you are sharing 70 Omanpenyi, the two, labor unions, Ninso Eddie Etuja, Yibidini in Hong Kong, and a Ekosiisen Jumedi Eso. But we have an exclusive interview coming your way. One of the leading members of the NPP, a former general secretary of the party, Engineer Kwabena Ejeye Japan, will join us in studio. He's been making some proposals on, for constitutional reforms as far as the NPP's constitution is concerned. In the end, na yedi hon komo. Also a member of the National Council of the party, and he would also have a conversation with him on party, a thank you tour and matters arising. Nina yebedi hon and commenti. Engineer Kwabena Ejeye Japan is our guest on the show at 3 p.m. Pepe. Sa interview no would come your way. Or question be mana ubitimi edi abreye emrene soa na yedi ebusano amount. Very, very, very important. And yeah, MPP for so I want to said together with some other political parties, omobaye demonstration on the 5th of May. On the 5th of May, demonstration Kasia Pabetuja, almost a save our democracy. Save the judiciary demonstration. Save the judiciary demonstration. And any demonstration omobaye omo press conference ene yebeko akofasa press conference no ede abremo yewia na de didi so no yede atoamo. So later on the show nso no yede discussion segment no ebebrem and yebenya nana ya jantoa ono ye presidential staffer e wo studio ha sounds na NPP director of communications Ora Richard Ahiagba and so will join us in studio. Now at the discussion segment Abremunti, we have a complete package for you this special holiday. Just sit back, relax. You know, say mumbe brena ankwe juma ebi mu ofie, mu bi air drive, mu ni ebusuane pie, or access to internet and kwadia. Oko YouTube. Ubit share live ewo YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Ubitimi ashaying. Enya nonkwa se oko myjoyonline.com and ase adumonline.com nsoa eno nso no ubitimi ashaying ewo ho na yahwe se de nioma esi echo. Very, very important. But please join us with your thoughts, your comments, your observations. Who are doing your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Now messages no fafa so brain and kind amount. Your affiliate radio stations are Ghana hano edoso our munyina efa Ekosiisen and the day Can FM 85.7 and was Salaga, Storm FM 101.9 and was Sunyane, and Idaswa FM 101.5 and was Japekrum, Iriase FM 95.7 were Wenchi and a Royal FM and so 104.7 ewo Wenchi, Cruise FM ewo Akomadan, Time FM wo Finso, Adansia FM 98.9 wa Asante Achem Agogo. Yewo Bankam Radio 95.1 and Jokwa, Afima Radio ewo Koforedia, Aseda FM wo Sekendi Takrade, Ochiame FM and also ewo BBNI, Neje FM wo Ejura, Today's Radio and so Ejura, Kesmi Radio ewo Tamale, Koko FM ewo Tepa, Fosu FM wasin Fosu, Ibiamo FM ewo Tikobo number 1. There stations are who doing na FI Ekosiisen Jumedie no life. Inti would take you to asylum down. Na yakofa NPP one press conference no ye bar na yeni engineer Kwabna Eje Japan Edi Enkomo. Maminkai was saying sponsors Frontina 74. If we diagnostic herbal hona Abba Royal Kingdom Estate, Provident Insurance, Africa Queen Mackerel, EcoBank Ghana, Blue Star Lotto, Yawo Santike, Simtex Tank, Power Jet Batteries, Translight Solar, Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, and Atabia Herbal. And please tell a friend to tell a friend that Ekosiisen is live and airborne. Na onfa fidie no ento ha na yemfa Ekosiisen dwumadie no into me emremo. It's a holiday, but we are here to serve Mother Ghana. Yenko NPP head office press conference kesiye toja yenko fanafe yento adwumadie no eso. And take a listen.
Asempa FM.
I must first of all apologize on behalf of national leadership for the late start of this media encounter. The advertised time was 13 hours prompt. So we sincerely apologize. The circumstances were such that we couldn't start as and when we should have. So we apologize profusely. The national organizer of the party, Nana Boache, the deputy second chief whip of parliament, Jerry Ahmed Chai, MP, Weja, our own still speaking, still strong, still energetic. I call him Bobo. Former MP Osei. Original Bobo. Our illustrious regional secretary for Greater Accra, for Dailai Paka France, the regional organizer for Greater Accra, Prince Obey, and of course other national officers and regional officers gathered here. I believe that I need not go too much into the reason why we are here.
Asempa FM.
Suffice it to say that there has been a systemic and determined attempt to assault the independence and integrity of the judiciary, the last bastion of our democracy. And Ghanaians would have to speak. There is nothing political about this. Nothing. Those who are going around full of insults, gratuitous calumny, vituperative aspersions, abusive language, leave them. That is not the work of educated people. We have to analyze and think about what is going on. It needs deep thinking and not insults. We have to agree and agree to disagree. That is human nature. But it is the depth of your intellectual capacity which should reign supreme, not the cacophony of loud noises and insensible talk. We have to rise to the occasion as Ghanaians. It is not for nothing that the Trade Union Conference at the Labor Day this morning, in the presence of His Excellency the President, John Mahama, made a clarion call on him to look at the decision to suspend the Chief Justice. And I quote their language, they are deeply concerned. It is not me. It is. So don't let anybody think that this is a political matter and that it is a two-horse race between the NPP and the NDC. So political actors will go and sit on radio and say whatever they like. It has to do with our judiciary. If this is how our judiciary is going to be played around with, like ping pong, I want to tell Ghanaians that there was a yesterday, there sure is a today, certainly there will be tomorrow. So let us always be guided by the incidents of history. I also have read on the GNA news portal that the former Chief Justice, a ladyship Sophia Akufu, who is an esteemed member of the Council of State, has also said that the processes unraveling the suspension and removal of a Chief Justice is unfair. And she has appealed to the 8-member Constitutional Review Committee set up by our President, John Mahama, to have a look at Article 146 and to amend that article in the Constitution so that the processes will be stringent. She has also advocated that even when or if any Chief Justice should suffer a removal from office upon stated grounds, there should be a right.
Asempa FM.
The final arbiter should not be the committee. If GNA peddled a blatant falsehood, then I am repeating an innocent one. But that is what GNA has put on their news portal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a crossroads. There is a siege on the judiciary, the third arm of government. We have the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. They are supposed to have separate and distinct powers. Separation of powers, as we call it. Do we have to let the judiciary behind? No. Thank you very much. I'll call on my fellow colleagues to come and talk, and after we shall have a little dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Frank Davis. Give us a quick moment. We need to
Asempa FM.
President, give me a hand.
That was a good one.
Asempa FM.
Having challenges with the mic. Is it okay now? Do you think it's okay? Okay.
I'm sorry, they hit your face.
Not to worry. Yeah, not to worry. I know that.
Thank you very much, Chairman Frank Davis, again, for that remarks that you've made. We're going to move on earnestly with call on our first political party to come and give their statement. I will call on the National Democratic Party flag bearer Alhaji Prepon to come and give the NDP's statement.
Asempa FM.
Good afternoon, members of the press, and welcome to this critical press engagement on the future of our democracy. Since taking office, the NDC government has been acting in a manner reflective of its political campaign declaration, suggesting a command regime not akin to the 1992 Constitution. The NDC is deluding itself into equating its supposed super-parliamentary majority to a mandate to govern beyond the scope of Ghana's 1992 Constitution. On their campaign trail, His Excellency President Mahama openly declared to appoint NDC judges in the judiciary and other constitutionally mandated institutions even before he won the 2024 election. Unfortunately, the President and NDC interpret his landslide victory as a license to trample on the 1992 Constitution. Contrary to the President's understanding, the people's super mandate should reinforce the President's action to suspend the Chief Justice is thus fulfilling his premeditated political malice, which must not be countenanced by all well-meaning Ghanaians. The present despicable political act is a prelude to many more unspeakable malices and violations of the democratic principles espoused in our Constitution. Therefore, the NDP calls on His Excellency President John Mahama to revoke the suspension of the Chief Justice with immediate effect. Given the imminent danger to our democracy from the NDC and President John Dramani Mahama, the National Democratic Party calls on all members to participate in the Save the Judiciary demonstration on Monday, May 5th, 2025. Demonstrators should gather at the park opposite the Supreme Court starting at 5 a.m. to send the loudest possible signal to the President and the NDC that we, the people, will not stand idly by while they invalidate the judiciary. Join us to demonstrate peacefully, yet with zeal and strength, to save our judiciary and this fourth Republican democracy from the destructive hands of the NDC. Long live NDP, long live the Fourth Republic, long live Ghana. Thank you very much.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much, the presidential candidate for the National Democratic Party, for that message, Alhaji Prepon Mohammed, for that very important and clear message I'm saying, yeah, I like the car. It said, NDP, NTSC, Excellency John Dramani Mahama, NDC 4. And they need between the judiciary and so. Now, on my question, said the Omuyi Chief Justice, no, said the Engineer Kano, NTSC or Bessa. I'm a call no on the president, and they said, and then actually, or recently, now so once side decision now, why say was suspended Chief Justice, no. Ghana, young queen, now they are all, you know, they are a democracy, Ghana and Kosovo, until Montias, and they say, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the NDC 4. Munjai say Omotu DC judiciary so with the view say on be undermining the judiciary. Before I call the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the minority leader of the New Patriotic Party, the mighty minority leader Osei Alexander Apeno Martins, who joined us.
Asempa FM.
Leadership has given us a very strong presence in Parliament, and Ghanaians are appreciating what efforts they are doing to defend the larger interests of our democracy and our economy and our country at large. We appreciate them for that hard work they are doing. If you can give them a round of applause, I appreciate it. I'll be doing the introductions as we go, but now let me call on the PNP, Madame Janet Nabla, to come and give the PNP's message. The media, as I was saying earlier, this is an important engagement, and the message here we expect that you carry it forward. Put your own understandings to it, put your own existence. Bet your own existence on what we're doing, because the absence of a strong judiciary exposes our rights to a strong president who would end up accumulating power at the executive and will abuse all of us, all of our rights, and undermine the power of judicial review. So please, this is not an NPP and other political parties matter. This is Ghana matter, and we expect that you participate strongly. Thank you very much, Madam Janet Nabla.
Good morning. I'm happy that the Communication Secretary of the NPP is emphasizing that this is not a demonstration for the NPP or political parties. It is a demonstration for Ghana.
Asempa FM.
Members of the press, fellow Ghanaians, women and youth, and patriotic citizens across the length and breadth of this country. The People's National Party wishes to inform the public of our full participation in the 5th demonstration, a national call to duty, not just for political parties, but for every Ghanaian who believes in justice, democracy, and the rule of law. This is not a partisan demonstration. It is a people's demonstration, and the PNP cannot sit on the fence while President Mahama and the NDC attempt to hijack and destroy the institution of hope left for Ghana, the judiciary. President Mahama has already taken control of the executive and parliament. Now he is determined to seize the judiciary, as he promised a group of NDC lawyers during his campaign. He is appointing Supreme Court judges not to serve justice, but to carry out his party's agenda. Already, he has appointed 7 Supreme Court judges without a national demand or constitutional justification, only to balance out appointments made by former President Nana Addo. This is not balance, it is blatant politicization of justice. still, President Mahama has acted with reckless disregard for due process. When a petition was filed against the Chief Justice, he refused to follow the legal process and bypass natural justice by rushing the matter to the Council of State. When a court injunction was filed, he disrespected the authority of the court and went ahead to suspend the Chief Justice. This is a president who believes he is above the law. To make matters even more disturbing, this same president has shown utter disregard for women in governance. Despite Parliament passing the Affirmative Action Bill to ensure 30% representation of women, President Mahama has refused to implement it. Instead, he has given a mere 10% of cabinet positions, 16% of ministerial roles, and 14% of deputy ministerial appointments to women. And now even the few women in leadership roles are being illegally removed by his government through unconstitutional and predetermined actions. The People's National Party says enough is enough. Yes. We are calling on Ghanaians. We are calling on all Ghanaians, especially women of Ghana, to rise and be heard. We call on women across political divides, including. Okay, so we call on women we call on all Ghanaians, especially women of Ghana, to rise and be heard. We call on women across political divides, especially courageous women within the NDC, to stand up against this tyranny and injustice. The fifth demonstration is not for one party. It is for every Ghanaian who still believes in the rule of law, in equality, and a future that belongs to all, not just for the privileged few. President Mahama must know Ghana is not his private property. The judiciary does not belong to the NGC, and the women of Ghana will not be silenced anymore. Yes. Join us, rise with us. Let our voices tender through the streets of Maize Feet. Let Mahama hear us loud and clear that Ghana belongs to the people, not to a political party. Thank you so much.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much, Madam Janet
Asempa FM.
MP. Next we'll move to the Liberal Party of Ghana. We have Mr. Jerry Apau to represent the party. Mr. Jerry Apau is the General Secretary of the Liberal Party of Ghana.
Thank you. Good afternoon. LPG firmly reject the ongoing attempt by the NDC administration to remove Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Tokonu. We believe this move is unjustified, politically motivated, and harmful to the independence of our judiciary. There is no credible evidence of wrongdoing to warrant her removal, and the process appeared to be a calculated and a political retribution. An agenda signaled during the 2024 campaign by the former president then himself of particular concern is the appointment of Justice Gabriel Scott Pomai as chair of the investigative committee. His prior involvement in the related case of Daniel Ofori versus the EcoBank compromises his neutrality and casts a shadow over the credibility of this process. We acknowledge the other members of the committee, but insist that the chair must be beyond reproach. There are many qualified justices who can lead this probe impartially. We therefore call on the President, John Dramani Mahama, to immediately replace Justice Scott Pomai. This is not politics. It is about safeguarding Ghana's beautiful democracy and upholding the rule of law. Let us defend our judiciary from partisan interference. Justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liberal Party of Ghana.
Asempa FM.
We now move to the almighty New Patriotic Party, whose speech will be delivered by its national organizer, Henry Nana Kwashi. Thank you very much, Richard. I will stand on the existing protocol. Over the past few weeks, President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC government have intensified their relentless crusade against the independence of Ghana's judiciary. An assault that has now culminated into a dangerous and unconstitutional move. The suspension and planned removal of Chief Justice of the Republic, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Iraba Isaba Saki Tokuno, by none other than Mr. Mahama himself. The NPP profoundly disapproves and vehemently condemns this blatant disregard for constitutional order, judicial sanctity, and democratic norms. This action taken under the pretext of Article 146 of the 1982 Constitution constitute a grave threat to judicial independence, a reckless abuse of executive discretion, and an affront to the rule of law. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we consider this suspension not only unconstitutional, but procedurally flawed, but also politically motivated and executed with alarming disregard for the sanctity of due process. Additionally, Article 146 clearly stipulates that the President has no direct authority to suspend or remove the sitting justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, without recourse to an independent investigative mechanism. In such matters, the President is merely a transmitting agent, not a judge, prosecutor, a decision maker. Therefore, his suspension of the Chief of Staff is ultra-virus, unconstitutional, and must be rescinded without any delay. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, the NPP also wishes to highlight a glaring ethical impropriety. This is very important, and my colleague mentioned it, and I'm going to re-emphasize it as well. In the composition of the 5-member committee tasked with the mandate to investigate the Chief Justice, the appointment of Justice Puaman as a chair is inappropriate. Justice Puaman, having authored a Supreme Court ruling directly connecting to the petition against the Chief Justice, cannot be deemed to be an impartial adjudicator on this matter. Yes. His involvement erodes public interest and represents conflict of interest. The refusal to recuse himself, despite the availability of other qualified justices of the Supreme Court, suggests a deliberate manipulation of the process to secure a determination that is already preconceived. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, the NPP wishes to express concern over a deeply troubling and undemocratic posture adopted by the President towards Ghana's judiciary, which reflects a dangerous mindset and a diabolical agenda to manipulate the courts for political expediency. Addressing the closing ceremony of the 3rd Annual Lawyers Conference of the NDC in Akosombo, the then former president, who was then the NDC flag bearer, made troubling statement that revealed his intentions to pack the court with politically aligned judges should he return to power. In his own words, he said, currently the judiciary is filled with judges who are favorable to the NPP because this government has deliberately appointed supporters to the bench. These statements confirm a thoughtful and a deliberate plan by Mr. Mahama and the NDC to transform Ghana's independent judiciary into a partisan tool favoring their political fortunes. This betrayal of the democratic principles of separation of powers and an insult to the professionalism and competence of our judges who have sworn oath to uphold justice without fear or favor. With current happenings, Ghanaians must take these pronouncements seriously. At the time, a former president and presidential candidate, Mr. Mahama, openly advocated for political infiltration of the judiciary, which poses a grave threat to our constitutional democracy. Mr. Mahama's comments do not promote judicial reform or independence. They reveal a calculated intent to corrupt the judicial process for political gains. The peace, stability, and rule of law we enjoy as a nation must not be sacrificed on the altar of political manipulation. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we echo the legitimate concerns raised by the Ghana Bar Association and other political parties gathered here, such as the LPG, the NDP, and the PMP. The GBA bold resolution at its mid-year conference condemning the suspension and threatening legal action reinforces the seriousness of this constitutional crisis. Their stance affirms what many already know, the president's action is neither rooted in law nor the spirit of democratic principles. We caution that today, if Chief Justice Tokuno, tomorrow it could be any judge who dares to exercise independent
Asempa
judgment.
FM.
This orchestrated assault on the judiciary threatens to dismantle the very institutional safeguards that preserve our democracy. Ghana cannot and must not descend into the state where political expediency overrides constitutional order. The NPP therefore demands the following: the immediate and unconditional reversal of Chief Justice Tokunu's suspension, full compliance with Article 146 and 296 in all future disciplinary proceedings involving justices of the Supreme Court. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the New Patriotic Party stands firm and unwavering in defense of Ghana's judiciary and the constitutional principles that uphold our democracy. The suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Eraba Esaba Saki Tokuno is not an isolated misstep. It is the most apparent manifestation yet of President Mahama and the NDC government. Grants designed to politicize, infiltrate, and ultimately capture judiciary for partisan control. This must not and will not stand. The 1992 Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It is not subject to the whims of any president, past, present, or future. Justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. We are witnessing the unfolding of a dangerous script authored by President John Dramani Mahama, showing no regard for judicial independence, due process, or constitutional constraint. Mr. Mahama's words have betrayed his diabolical intent, and recent actions only confirms what we have long feared: a calculated effort to dismantle the separation of powers and turn our cause into political tool. But Ghana's democracy is stronger than anyone's ambition. The Chief Justice is the final bulwark between liberty and tyranny, and her unlawful removal signals a red line that must not be crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, we must therefore reiterate our call for the immediate reinstatement of the Chief Justice and the withdrawal of his unconstitutional action. The future of our republic, the confidence of our people in the judiciary, and the very soul of our democracy depends on this. Let it be known that the New Patriotic Party will fiercely and relentlessly resist any attempt to hijack our judicial system for any political gain. We urge Ghanaians across all divide to speak out and defend our constitution. We urge everyone to be part of this historic demonstration on Monday, 5th May. We will gather just opposite the Supreme Court. We will present the first petition at the Supreme Court. We will proceed to Parliament House, where we will present the second petition. And then we will proceed to the Jubilee House to present the final petition. We must all be part of this effort. There is this sinister motive by Mr. Mahama to pack the judiciary to seek a judicial interpretation of the Constitution, which will interpret Article 62 so that he intends to go a third term. This agenda, inshallah, shall fail. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party for that very strong and clear message to the executive that we will not accept their deliberate and premeditated attempt to undermine the judiciary of our country. The last hope, the defense of our rights, the protector of the minority. If they are undermined, if they are affected in a manner the NDC is calculating to do, your rights, my rights, will have vanished under this democracy, and we will resist that. And that's the invitation for you to all to join us on 5th May at the park opposite the Supreme Court for a demonstration that would signal to the executive that our democracy matters more than anyone's politics, matters more than any individual's political ambition. We are determined to let the government understand that the very democracy that brought them to office, they must ensure they protect it and keep it safe for our posterity. Thank you very much, Erin and Abuachi, for that strong message. It is time now to invite minority leader of the New Patriotic Party caucus in Parliament, the Osei Alexander Apejo Martins.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
The mighty minority. Osei on the microphone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the press. We are here as a mighty minority to also have a bite on these disturbing issues that confront our nation. Before I address the issue of the Chief Justice, let me take you through some disturbing matters that we have witnessed since the NDC assumed the reins of government on the 7th of January 2025. The first thing we heard was the mass dismissal of the youth who have been employed in state-owned enterprises and in the public sector. People who have been employed for over 7 years, 6 years, were suddenly asked to go home. Some go into their offices and they are sacked. Nurses who were recruited last year have been made to go home. Teachers who were recruited and posted have been sacked. That is the state of the NDC government for you. Instead of creating employment opportunities, they are rather creating more unemployment. Now, even with some of these institutions, they now replace some institutional heads with their party faithfuls as part of their resetting agenda. Now, let's come to the issue of Galamsey. Somewhere 2014, the then Minister of Finance, Honorable Setepe, appeared before Parliament and lamented on the state of the cocoa production in our country. Among the key issues he addressed Parliament on through its Finance Committee was issue of Galamsey. Of course, NPP came into office and made attempt to address this issue, I must admit, we were not successful. The NDC used it as a campaign tool. Today, what do we see? According to organized labor, this is not from NPP. According to organized labor, the Galamsey situation has worsened. And they have now even institutionalized Galamsey by enacting what they call a gold board. What is the essence of gold board? They claim that the gold board is now going to buy equipment for small-scale miners. But you and I know that their intent is not to support any small-scale miner. Their intent is to support Galamseyers. That's exactly what they are doing. And they are saying they're monopolizing the purchase of gold and to regulate it and all. What are they trying to do? Let's go to our military. Our military, Ghana Armed Forces, they've been kept out of politics. From President Kufuor's time all the way to Nanado, whom they have so much criticized. Those heads in our military, the generals, were allowed to stay in office when NPP assumed office. Some served for over a year until they themselves retired. But what are we seeing today? There's a complete wipeout at the highest level of the military. They first decided to clear those senior officers, the generals. The CDS, the army commander, and other service chiefs were cleared. Then they added some 15 more. And upon assumption of office, the new CDS now is forcing 2-star generals to all retire.
Oh, wow.
So again, what they are doing is to make our military, our Ghana Armed Forces, also partisan.
Oh, Joe Mama.
When they were in opposition, they complained
Asempa FM.
Taxes that the Ghanaian businessman is suffering. What we see today, apart from the e-levy, all taxes, including levies that we pay at our ports, remain same. They have not changed anything.
Hey, Joe Mama.
I'm hereby exposing to you the hypocrisy of the NDC.
Yes.
VAT has not changed. In fact, for the mining companies, they have even increased the taxes, and they say because they are making profit, they have to increase it over and above what they came to meet. Now, ask yourself again about our utility. Electricity tariffs. Now, we are paying more. We are paying more than they came to meet. And even so, Tumso is back. Their other card they are playing is the persecution of NPP appointees. So, to create the impression that they are all righteous, to create the impression that the situation was bad and there was corruption, they've targeted former appointees. I want to assure them that we will never surrender.
Yes.
They can never use this to cow us into self-preservation, to crush the MPP spirit.
Yes.
To enable them achieve this, they now want to control our courts.
Impossible.
So what are we seeing? The attempt to sack the Chief Justice. I, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, hereby say that what we're witnessing today under John Mahama-led government is a systematic and calculated assault on the independence of the judiciary. An institution that we all know is the last line of defense for the rule of law, the protection of rights, and the survival of our democratic republic. Today, what we see is intimidation, political interference, and open targeting of judges who are perceived as inconvenient and non-compliant. It is not just unacceptable, it is repugnant to good conscience. The current attacks on the Chief Justice and the broader attempt to politicize the bench must be seen for what they are. And here, our Council of State failed our democracy. They rehearsed the suspension of the Chief Justice. They got a fake research done, threw it into the air. The majority of Ghanaians want the Chief Justice sacked. Before even the Council of State received the so-called petitions, the NDC papers were all over in town saying that the Chief Justice was going to be suspended. Clearly, they had rehearsed the agenda. And if you look at the petitions, for all that I've read, I find it very unfortunate. In this country, we know that when the president, the first lady travel, the cost is borne by the state. Same with the Speaker of Parliament. He and his immediate family going on official trip. Why will the official travel of the Chief Justice, which is backed by a judiciary policy, now become a subject matter of a kangaroo investigation? And they claim that she caused financial loss to the state, etc., etc. But I have something to tell our respected judges. Some of them, I am aware, we are aware, that are being promised by the NDC government. Today, it is Tokonu, tomorrow, it may be them. They should listen and listen well. I want all judges in the country to know that their institution is under attack.
Yes, yes. Tell them.
The NDC government is approaching you, the judges, telling you that, oh, Tokonu does not have a good interpersonal relationship. She is snobbish, she is this, she is that. But I want you to know that if they allow them to use you today, tomorrow they will come after you. Act collective. It is your institution which is under attack. Our demonstration on Monday is not about our party or parties. It's about protecting the institutional integrity of our republic. It's about drawing a line in defense of the Constitution. And it's about telling those in power, you may have your term, but you do not own the state. The framers of our Constitution understood that democracy without an independent judiciary is no democracy at all. That is why we are gathering on Monday, 5th of May, to say enough is enough. To say that the people of Ghana will not sit idly by while their courts are captured. To say that the power may change hands, but the Constitution must always stand. And to the people of Ghana, our fellow countrymen and women, we invite you to join us. This is not just about the few political parties determining to go on the streets. Of course, we are going on a peaceful demonstration. This is not Parliament's fight. It is a fight for every citizen who wants to live in a country where the law is supreme and no man no matter how powerful, is above the law. We say that there must be an end to the division and the anger of the past. This government must tread with the greatest caution, always keeping tomorrow in mind when taking decisions today, because these decisions may shape future governance. If we continue down this path, we risk creating a culture of retaliatory politics, where successive governments are more focused on settling political scores than solving problems. Last but not the least, it is obvious that the bold attempt by Mr. President to nominate out of the blue 7 judges to the Supreme Court is a first major attempt at all that they have rehearsed, a third term agenda. All that the NDC is doing, all that our president is doing through the advice of the hawks of NDC is to set a third term agenda for his leadership. They think that by packing the judiciary, there will be a smooth road for that third term agenda. Were we not in this country where even 2 Supreme Court nominees, after going through vetting and were supposed to take their approval at the plenary, the same NDC said by adding 2 more judges to the Supreme Court bench, Nana Addo was packing the courts? Was it not the same NDC where that criticized the proposal to even nominate for appointment 5 more judges to the Supreme Court, and as a result no further step was taken by the Judicial Council? What has changed? We leave it to the good conscience of they themselves. But I want to tell them that we will not relent. We in Parliament will hold their feet to the fire and fight for the ordinary Ghanaian. Please join us 5 a.m. on Monday the 5th of May on this peaceful demonstration. Thank you very much. God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the minority leader,
Asempa
the MP for the good people of Bonsu. They were ably
Asempa FM, Asempa FM, Biba, Bibo, Asempa na
Ekosiise Bonsu our Asempa de brane mama obi so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiise dwumade no wasogu so a utie no ma yenamu nyina asene yensan mama kwaba ye de moko asylum down ewon kran hakofa NPP and 4 other political parties press conference awye and announcing plans for a massive demonstration yame adomo a juada save the judiciary demonstration. Honsem and Yakofa at the Ebrem. You heard the minority leader in Ghana's parliament, the Honorable Alexander Kwame Afenyomakin, say on the last address. Yefa at the Yemra Studios. Now said you can share Mobose former General Secretary of the NPP, Engineer Kwabena Eje Japan, Ebedin Komonyamiadom, Wabekansa Ewo Studio ha. Yebe Fanalafe, Yaneno Eddie and Komo on a number of issues. First, proposals are in a memoir addressed to the party, into a memoir to the NPP Constitution Amendment Committee. Chairman Frank Davis Esquire, dated 17th April 2025, where proposals for constitutional amendment. Engineer Akwabana apom to saying
nyame adome
official panso
afin kometui
afisi na bibi ekoye
de nyame ase since ye to obey me ma
ha
me akra so me share dan kasai
sure
and akoye me dey I think say me fa akonya menyen e as nyame mpai boni shira the workers of Ghana especially for their passion and dedication to work, and I hope say Nankopon be show mukina the more to be able to serve our country. And the relative peace that we enjoy so yetimi asum I mean sure will be enjoy today's May Day.
And I was me who say moye oledi ye kama ewo enkrai ha nioma ekwo ye kama de
bibia boko abrewa akọ mekrechi ntine se ikuja ne kwan na emeda mampeni kufo mampeni akufo ado speaker Okwe, Chairman of Council of Elders, Hakman Uswajima, Chairman Stephen Team, and Party Peninfo, General Secretary, former Treasurer, and a lot of ministers, Papus on Kama, Joe Gatti, Professor John Bafo, Dr. Proku, Elizabeth Ohino, on the no my first boss in 2001, Obushi Sai Kofi, and many others, Patricia P.J. Deputy Leader of Parliament. The party for no trade dopa, just a wusum ukua. Bebia will be a bibia we biano on better which me me fasa kwanya way a dampening for yasi, a that party, nasi, name for engineering past presidents be brave, so my age Ghana Institution of Engineers, and a past presidents P by me. I'm a first boss, so Ghana Highway Authority, Dr. Abedi, also a buy. For me, now, in Yanumina, Mwaman, and buy his son. But then Yamiasi, Mammy, Unini check a crack. Mammy do through my hair, one at a from collaboration, so you're been day.
And you know, Marie, I must will and cry there.
Warning.
Okay.
No, Christian Nipa started with Assemblies of God, or Evangel Ministry, or Achimota.
Okay.
Or so, be simple. Yes, Busian for some man and cry.
Okay.
Now, you may see no crew. Tea, the Niku, crew, to see it. Now, Cosia, so you're quite sorry, bed dine, yes.
Okay.
And that will be beer or bed tie, Chibua, me to Tuka. No, say, yes, a cadiana, enough for the Munina, semi classmates, one fancy premier by a big crime classmates be Royal International, be called primary school. Kumasi, will be by tea. And Yamin Kwame, my sisters, Lucy, Joyce, your doors, Papa, and my doors will be being penning for me, man, near dinner, woman crow for Baby Bointy. Busiano, Nina, and that. A man penny that I mean, no name penny for a bed tie, down in us.
Ma yadian we share proposals ne first, and then we deal with other matters, including in some more party in Penny Funi be raised at the press conference at Yakoko CCR. But the proposals are excuse me, very interesting. Now question Emma Engineer 0548 443 523. Your WhatsApp number 0548 443 523. Engineer, me show proposals. Now, number one, a formation of constituency caucuses. It is proposed that the party establishes in each of the 276 constituencies a caucus comprising of current and past office holders of the party in the constituency. Specifically, this caucus shall include members of parliament, DCs or MCs, constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, patrons, and elders. Caucus we know then you there.
No, say utie party for nano. Adie a ekutia yen abatwe mu a ebinum kase nipa be 2.5 million ya supporters am metwaba ne electoral college nipa pi dodo na feel say iswadodo.
Okay.
And wa onim dia na esi man for feel say ekoba no sa lend itself to financial manipulation.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And a dear ya wo ye kuemu any ku biam se watu ho si ho wasum ku no ne bia ene unti wakonya so ne mfa wonya hwia na wonka ho e ade ekutia party no metashia mpanimfo bi wo ha di MP3 times se sei oni ho bio ye koto aba onka ho obu ha time wiase e din 1992 no a constituency chairman and now ward chairman what din na ho din ni sika ni bibia na kukudro no de asom party or detiase o wa ho din ko no betimi ato aba me gidi se ese ono so oto aba ni ade o ko e first penny for to be a former minister say SK Buafo and na say kojo ejeda ko se onye MPBO inti sisi ye to aba ko hwe adwuma omo adi minua penny ya berma far back as in the 90s Alliance for Change on a leading Eastern region no ni ade wedi MP wedi minister oni hobi onti onka decision making bia me gidi se etochima inti me de to council nanim na me yes me san atwro de akosi so se expansion na party for no can and Professor Kwe committee no so call round metieti nsema na party for no kachira wo report on the media me hu
okay
nenso so some kakra bi oti hu kira ya na kire se amanfo pese ye expand the college no and there have been two schools of thought if you say dachi and I say we should work towards say a bedroom baby no na wa we party ni what you reduce now wo card there esa wutimi to be
that's right
but say you know to be able to achieve that say anymore you know no bad
okay
because capital intensive card says procure and arrangement logistical arrangements no challenging kakra more thing
okay
into me feel say adia eno de obroni beka say low hanging fruit there obi a waye adwuma da wo party no se bia or your ward organizer po and your constituency organizer and na say waye patron da dear I party nim na me gidi say ye from nyina be kan wa e be expand the electoral college in pa e be reduce tension because tension I na ba party mu parliamentary primaries presidential yes so because say yakoye polling station election bi anajo ye yi ni pa bi afrim na say de we ni frim no say ye be hye mrama obi a waye bi da bi aka ho a say sa ntokwa ni nyina no ano be brase
okay
since 2000 since 2009 yes start use sa polling station system say ne ye fan say 2025 polling station executives here in fancy 200,000 near come back to 2018 on one ho me sure say be a 50% and be a there ha e be afrim ubenya be abeka ho go to 2014 now come to 2010 na because who the share constituencies no omo do minimum me tie wo kom papa krum kumawu a metima ka so panye do say and I know a chairman in 1992 or tnaso ansa na danso eba ansana ajimai wo ho sese saa na metumi akom ma me constituency a chiro se Washington the friend no yetuli the friend Mr. Ochre on na ye chairman otena so eche ansana brenya free so so ansana the current moro so ewo so ewo asonase constituency na make constituencies in the omnimum the idea de bia party yana eha eyi yana say so obi sum party na ese ye hye nenimonyam and a decision making so say a broad based a boy and a way so the yes be a fe na ye ko compile register be a nasi bibia obi dinadwen na ebe
you only identify sanko
omo obi ani mo nti enya de e besesa and a betimi a expand college no significantly many constituency back di hu komo one try so mo yes ade now they had moved from an electoral college now for about 910 no much 4,000 so enti o keka nipa no bom saa no me gidi se yenya any number significant bro 2 million 3 million pay e be reduce sa concerns no say amount for the sika ne niema ne mfata na be ma party for no so o ma bre party no o so anu wo mu bi enti ekoba ne say ye to aba ni ye yido di enima na say do MP ne de kra enya ne ya because he was part of the decision making enti eno ne me first proposal say
yes
so then also no uhwe bibi say test cons
yes
one there's a DBY say new details ni na am de say overseas branches ni say so overseas branch your branch and your chapter your branch your chapter there a year accredited by the party general secretary's office say a year branch there so executives ni na to be na chapter heads no and even chapter key executives also because you person expand there no and man nipa no doors make it almost impossible say obi betimi di sika na almost so asom party na omo party no ho tema edo to ho ache omo na say take a decision enti me gidi se sadie me boss no dodo no etiase eventually no kakra ko enim ne se betimi abase obia or card ebeto aba me gidi say eventually that would be the best option but anyway because they say anytime electoral cycle fufu na start me gidi say timi hihye saade we ya ebeboai one tension anyway timi wakame because na ye kase enko polling station here
elections are
tension em too much because minim say me cry na me former polling station me to be enti ene ye ko you 5 na nya won kwa na obeto me cry na mo dada no me so me to be enti ani bre ne se ye akoshe baabi na MPW by se wakoyi MPW ni pa frim enti hwe adwoso no me ade problems e ba je se wo ma ye you on frim nya se wo so betima beto bi ebema ebufuo na ba ya ema enua ko independent na nkrofo ko di na chi sa na ema ni nyina be free ho
it me hwe sa list na me pacho this caucus shall include the members of parliament who are former members of parliament
any current any former
DC you ha former
any DC or hoda
okay
so
constituency executive
all former now be the chairman 1992 yes on top baby
former organizer former secretary
obia no so na polling station for no na doso
it's a hono so no identifying all former polling stations
na me catch say opa afre constituency bi no mun kanche metima chiro do no police station 2009 they know themselves and they identifying and building that database is an assignment I dey ma 1 month say on be compile am because when I'm say meti hey metima chiro constituencies be na metima abo chairman for a betwemu akọ metima abo secretary for a betwemu akọ enti they are known omasumku no they are stakeholders into omoka ho into mesrese party for no ye dey adwen beba ebe ye start sa exercise here ebe hu the numbers na ebe kosoro 1.5 2 million say to ye boni hihye ni ye betimi kra dia kodu 92 kra enfa ngodu obi wo no 92 na so that as no mu ya so to dey so timi to be into me feel say ye no sa you have true party people do masom party no on be form sa enlarged electoral college now
and that is supposed to cure the mischief party for be identified and into a propose say every card bearing member into abam
that's right
this would in the interim deal with that
in the interim no bit ma achieve we are practical more achievable you bit me nya nesia then as we build that caucus no then we start to say look party crowd and no any dues me say me to me dues
you pay
constantly me 4 years me am charge me 10 cedis
every month
every month. Into me call Mukroma. No ma calculate 480, no ma rounding 500. No ma first secretary, organizer, treasurer. Mo maji no assign. Me dey use old book be. me old you know uko hwemu very interesting. E go 2000 bags of rice am dey come am so mfani saraka mfani achiria. Ni nyina obi a me boa no mo call Mecca. Bia me press secretary no say akokra bi ho say me bia me sika am demand $2,500 so boso matchro no madam ase me come on pick up o mfanya campaign no matchro na wom enti
we kumeru asem na okay
we me aswase me ma me ho so enti me constituency be me ensa because my first registration here Ayawaso West Sahanameti
yes
92
yes
sa me ma hwehwe am say me hu but aswase de no that na Asokwa East East nti me card won say 1996 Asokwa East and was so nti card asem no ade no so ese ehwe ne adwene minim say abefo niema abade ba me de dru card anka me conservative kakra
still help a book no
book no boa na ebetime nya card no anya book so book no boa it keeps records of the niema awaye a wontimi mfan to card no so ena ade a eboa no se emaye localize politics me general secretary Asempa kwa mekan is I want to see politics as 275 semi-autonomous fighting units. It is said that we are soldier for infantry units or BR on the commander. Regions sectional because elections na ye two campaign collective bibia collect constituency ye the aka nyina ye nkambo mu keke the runi friend summary mathematics near the regional and national but constituency ni declare ni who say party we are winning wasan winning seat no nyina ye constituency and yemfa ahoden enkwhye constituency and now we a member of Yesuswa as a wotua dues it is a one city kra na obetua and ebema wa make sure say we a member of good standing SEA na mchame dem 11 mu 10 say bi aja me de me mu odu kakra na emum ye nuan ma wo enchie no baby obi 5 be 2 ne ade but ye ntua ema a local you know it will give work to the constituency offices it is their duty to generate money that's one because untimi hu party we say we train say sika be free and kan amba yes and it is we don't have a political party party the say nyina akuye ho to ho ache ye nya sa spirit of giving yes start party ye ye won ye de boa party sa sunsum na ene ayra no eno na me pese me sire nya me no ma me ahode na me kasa kire party fo ne Ghana fo nyina
no mo tiase
se oman yo no e betra ha ya na wo kan da bia politics aman yo sem yes ye oman ye is building of the country na ade ba ko e ha me I'm sure say you can constitutional amendment here we'll go there. My second one was that
see in the mami read here no number 2 here order of presidential primaries to reduce tension associated with the numerous elections the party conduct ahead of the presidential candidate election. It is proposed that the presidential primaries be held first following the amendment of the electoral college, which is number 1 now proposing here. This approach aligns with Article 13.
Okay. We see following
the amendment of the electoral college.
Because nipa pi antiase. Do almost into the current
way for
na mekano. E wo Ghana microphones say I didn't make sure so
it is following the amendment of the electoral college. And you make the argument the way aligns with Article 13(1) of the party's current constitution and promote a more logical and less contentious electoral timeline.
Ni central American say we dey see Kumasi na say me pese make say party e kokoye donation and so individuals ankra koi we was in the way akọ na we akọ anya me fe anya me desoso
central market fire no
that's right
edum de no
sika na omode man anya me fe anya me do we should present a unified picture for the country. That is what the people of Ghana want to see. And no a party for person be home. Inti ene esimesi ko obentin ko we ko the message ne pese catch the Ghana for say NPP no yenye baako ana. So even party ko parliamentary party so parliamentary party enye outside the party. She party ni fumam yefnum so mo dem sure enti saa ne ma ni bi wo ha fu se entwe so nke nyina sika na on ge wetimi aka bom na ye kese ye di asoma chairman ni general secretary say MPP for tutu yensase de bua ye nuan ma OPZ ni so enti saa individualism no emwa party eni o man o ye de nipa ba ko ni be di anim ye nyina timinya ambitions but eduru baby a see a drink the larger good the larger interest ade bia na we MPP ni wo ya dwene busa se asemu ameke ebe ma party no ho aye hwam na ya akono ana se ebe hayen because we are in a difficult spot uko election muna ufa through entina me say look let's concentrate on rebuilding the party. And I dare so I mean say unanimously my platform so near the party for Eka first and it's expansion because full say sa ubia ntimi manipulate abato ewo party no ye to aba de dodo no pe no ono na obenya ono nya so aye nyina be kwa akota kire eno nti se ne ebinom say oh I say your constitution in Chile to any election before the
presidential primary
and national council no authority I'm on the deadline say opposition by this time no 2 years to no you have to have a candidate in place so and no Chile say we chair elections in and work with drew and also all other elections no 10-year enti we national officer 4 years and ntimi ntwa so we constituency 4 years that time no enso enti me feel say number 1 we should see wo PZ here let's say ne ye koye polling station
election
is that unim de besi we be rem
obi e penenko for wase ho
sanity enti we be wie no me constituency be wie na bedru electoral area abedru constituency ye no be wo chairman ye asimesi de secretary we na boa no organizer we na party no mo na enchiche de obroni friend polarization ni division no na eno abepi me feel say see it me be electoral college ma ye major problem ya solve
based on the proposal number 1
yes. And no na fe obi e feel say me so meka ho bi adadafo a omoda ekira ombu afu nyina beka say me to bi enti say saa de it me ye enlargement de ye wi a yenhwe na yenye presidential eno kane 1 ebema yenya ye next presidential candidate in term apart from say in term but I say say presidential candidate no any the most important figure in the party yes the constitution gives the chairman the right to chair the party and also obi any chairman enimu emumu and they me fuaso because we are the checks and balances idea here nanso so yensu ntimi ntwen say chairman 2026 ansana na yenya hwe is important say party no a focus on our leadership. Until me feel say you started with the base. Now it me expand the electorate now. The other position is the most important. One the ekoton swaba, on the ekoton na magana for no.
Which is the flag bearer no. No ye no first.
Ye no.
With the expanded
electoral college. Ye enu via. Where Timmy wakame beko form. 1 after that ye ko election bia enko ba say otu aho ha no nyako me pese kam ko chairman o ha o me pese we say no pressure ba beto o mo ayo o ma dwe so pese o mo di o mo pressure akodwe and so a lot of financial pressure so e de ba and e de mpapa mu ba intimidate me feel say ye mie mu na ye so o mo to aba no o mo do na wa feel say o pese o yes adwuma bia do ho bo afore bia na so na wako na yakọ I can see no e bom pa yese bibia anye ye nto ne mfiri ho na yenya pagano no by 2026 ye constituency elections regional elections and national elections obi anim say party na the base no candidate into wo ba ye nyina be adwuma me kan say na bi no ye ma hye say ebi na candidate na obenya no ompe NPP asem nipa no onya ye presidential candidate bi dey ne how who here obi support na the presidency no abehwe oman no so there is no perfect system. So it is we the human beings no yene say enema bebre enti constitutions are never perfect, but I think that this one will provide us a better opportunity. Na sa hit no any empapemu no ba party no I say we chairman or region where they we nipa we certain nyina na free. That was the second suggestion.
Yes, you envisage say party for ni jitumwa ye 2025.
Yes,
anka this year ya no expansion.
Yeah, plan say be Congress July,
good.
And he said to me, "Nyawe in time I'm there to committee. No, we say National Council to me jitum ne the command constituency by July no. You bet me akwa approve say yenye na
sa. Moye ne sa ni wiya.
You bet me
nanka this year ya nanka monye.
Nyanka by December ne aye.
Monya flag bearer
no. Until by next year na other national officers ebe boa na ba ye adwuma no. Because if you see when you are in exceptional times, you don't do things normally. And it cannot be intimate mase the aye no de bia no na ese aye no adru ba bia say you come back. You twi sign here say ade ensesa ban na ebetim dia ba ebe boa yen. Eno ne hia. Enti me de mesre meka the party for no intimacy, especially expansion. And here see BBA to start. And say Ubi away office at that polling station, electoral area, DCU, MCU, minister, what the minister or constituency or there. That's what count.
Okay. And your argument, let's say, in electing the presidential candidate, no. Current executives, because almost 10 one in so almost to be any way. Because they are still executives.
Proposal say current and former.
Sure.
Current and former.
Sure.
To be
okay. Because the counter argument to proposal say Monto presidential the first was say the current executives and ekoto sa presidential and say yen starting free ase ho
be say na me kan say so kan na wa kan yes it is after we achieve
the expansion of the electoral
college and eno na me pese me sheda ye no me highlight in black sa obi o kan bia akan because nipa p frame nice woman to say because we am say it is a small electoral college we dey and no who na say amwaye and no na mani papi apathetic o man ko to aba and say no one more free album consensus bu hanom the albums menu na to aba so because no be o ye na film we say mempene say mu nyina so why
you film kwa we former
obetimi to be enti eni bre eni ntokwa abeba se bia ye koto polling station na enipa 5 no ese meka ho because me pe na meto aba na ye ye free ho enti that tension will abate to be significantly reduced na no be boy me ya bring harmony into the party and also enkoba ne se bi kwabra ni nya sika oba betoto egu nkrofo so no abeto party no it's not for sale.
So obi so strategy ni say I want to become presidential the flag bearer of the party. I know say historically before say better presidential elections na ya ye ase ho elections ni nyina aba me strategy ni say me pese ye ne sa na metimi enya me nkofo hyehyem wo de wo propose no emma me sa kwan no
emma wo sa because say no enya sa nipa kakra bi no na ebeto and a third one no kram de aka ho sa super delegates me say emfree ho
I know me, Article 13.9, expulsion of Article 13.9. It is further proposed that Article 13.9 of the Constitution, which mandates the formation of a special electoral college to train presidential aspirants to fight, be expunged.
Yes.
The current structure of this special college, comprising fewer than 1,000 members, is susceptible to manipulation and undermines democratic fairness. A broader, more inclusive process is recommended.
That's right. Because me can say even national election presidential candidates year 13.
Yes.
And across here the 2 million. So
yes.
And to me feel said the fact that 207 doors. You say a high. There were certain reasons I mean person I had to discuss. And until a man a so I feel say if we are together as a party, na ye kasamo na dialogue inside na bonting na ye nieme bia to the bia ye nya candidates bebresa because we are not talking, we are not negotiating, we are not discussing. Some of them sure. Say no bano sa I didn't tell nipa 900 pet and then so.
Emmanuel not fight.
Aye, nipa 900. Ombetumetu omaniesi. Kwabna so say kwabna if no ko 5 no mo be hadwe. Enti and nipa no so no so. Muska metima ko bo musiketio. Na my invest 500 if you 500 kasa wo more 50,000. It does ma betimi ama. Enti me feel say no it lends itself to manipulation.
So if there are because you don't always look at ideal situations.
Oh, Mahudi Okano.
Say
we're in a national council.
Yes.
And I see a court discuss. And son idea Kotuama party.
I get you.
So them and a nipa do do na feel say super delegates no. Said number because 2010 crimes no me 6 as 7. Na say you could chat from that. Because I am right. Yes, near 10. Na say you could chat. You know, until me feel say and no dear to be as a no-brainer crank for do not happen.
Say Bassa say Nipani koye bebrea.
That is why we have party leadership.
That's why
come
up with something.
We know we sit and we are parties. We are human beings. Now say okay, I say ba ku cry some of us initiated some discussion amongst the candidates. Emma Ekopie Mobile Bakase gang of 8.
I remember.
Say Ntino a true be Timishia. Say look, I don't know there nipa bako. And a bedinku. Nti yemhwe. It me say pese kan ho no kra. You can do that because sika ukotua no first na say 350. Minim ba na de beko. Enye sika e da form. Nti say wo hwe say wo chances Nyadia, over to 500,000 actually. So, into all these things are dear a party leadership elders who Timmy Friendly part discusses say, look, we want to present a polished image of the party. In Tibia, a simumi entrance and discuss all those is part of politicking. So, into Yakasi democracy and Tina, we should constituency select the parliamentary candidate to be selected. And sometimes you can dialogue it out, even on them. And some of these things can happen. But if there is good feeling, say environment, political environment within the party, fair, equitable. Na enkoye se binimu feel say nipa bi kutupa ana ye se binimu chia. And no eboa ema collaboration eba because then say nipa enim say abai me this is makotu dada minim city etie so enti edru ba bi na say obi present bibi to anim na fu say more sensible be boa party no power no na ba na otimi somo man no enti say me eniema me gidie answer my cultural stadium eniema me ensa Triple S American, that's the doctrine of my politics. So we will be a what two who do best some or my and now some party. We will be a unya pessimism. It doesn't have to be me. I can support people. So, but all these things, idea we have to discuss as a party. And here, emphata said, "Dear, you about to any pebia TSC radio so." Ye di we atem asumesi we I say last week me book me program be madam for Rastaman or station am say 3FM Black Rasta
Black Rasta
okay say we mistress na me kai say yesusan okay book be near friend courtesy for boys and
girls
yesusan and then courtesies the boni friend etiquette manners public discourse civility and then you never can say Say be mo am nkrofo bi media for so timi gina ho no dim penimfo atemoti radio so words unprintable words na you see because you see abefo niam ba bibi e frɛ no internet ono nko ahye ne dem kra otimi ye TV program penimfo ahemfo asofo presidents need do watem. I want to state this to my Kano studio. On mine, no, we are a cultural people. Ghana, near Titien. Sebi who knew a penny mo cry, yen Cassan and Nimbasa. Enti only no nyadwene kra ye fa e kwan paso and need dear so it mean no disagree efe. And let me share where comments and near the attempt. Just in grow for me Ghana for. Is this what we have been reduced to because of politics? Me, my ya manyo se ma che papa. So na me ya kola nyina, na me die nyini. Enti mpese obi ati asese NPP ni NDC. Me can say more 10 years ago. So for the foreseeable future, these two parties in the bebu
and they dominating politics in Ghana.
Me when I was general secretary in my solidarity message to the Congress in Kumasi. Enti yesu ne ye ban ye kasa ye ne ye bibia ye mhwe ne ye because e binu create impression said that power no nya nyankopon be ma wings no ada ne ige no atuko wiem enyina ati asase so onko ba bia so na mjo enya de bia e kire so buru. That's what I want people to know. So the desperation for power should stop. Ye nya isa ne hu se amemu no ye kwose ye koso moman no se wonim se okoye adwumaden akosam wanim fifiri na wakoboa oman a o fusan kontima ase chinchina ye mfama.
That's true.
O sisa kontima na ye create a very fake impression in the minds of our supporters. Enti on se ne ayere NDC for no so kase bia omo ka kire wo mo nkola ntina ne amanfo so mu galamsey sites ne niema ubako baby ese yakoshi dan yakoyese president appointing the crisis mempene hey na dia suban susuni na ebe o man. This sense of entitlement, it's not right because your creative politics na mna koyese a birthday cake. Asempa. No way to chat. Now no party for nkwedi. And tisa, it is wrong, and I've said it when we were in government. I'll repeat it today. Sir, you go in there to serve. It is about public service, and it means exactly that. Service to the public. Say besum amansan. So, me masumda. My press secretary to President Kufo, me danasi. Although me support to Lanado 98, okay, penetu no. And so, who say Juma me and me obi a me sum party me akola pa. Enti obey president no one to mention. Meaning nanti for over 5 years, close to 6 years. TBS baby me hu ye. So, na no so an kasa me kotena abemu akoye eniema emfata. Enti anaso obeti se kwabrasi apartments watoto ho uti bizada anasa aban asase kura makoji bida mempesa. We have to stand for how things are done properly. We have to work in the interest of our country. Timesren kolano ni nchirima no. And they are on a completely separate route. I don't say politics is the quickest route to money, success, and fame. Because in both parties, one or two bad examples. Nkola, Sebi, yemo brother, enya positions are. Ubehuna niema kese bi ayeye ene neso Ghana for no enti first no ye kra na enye so show ye mfa de enchre, especially when you are a political figure. You have to understand the sensibility of Ghanaians ahochire wo ho so enti se bi wo bibi kra ye mfa nchre
odisiesie
kakra sanity ene obi didi kra no atwa photo de kire se medi duane wo Kempinski okotra play mu a was a business plan. They am in one cry say NDC. My year campaign. Say country is in crisis. A more day. Na say Ghana for to abama mo kese say. Instead some call into office with any bread to put Ghana on a war footing. Say ye ko chichire ye ma ye juma dia be pagano. Ubaka say they are in celebratory mood. Ube who so be call office na motos be 1,000. They dinachi. Abaye juma wo kotnem na nipa di ochi. Do you understand the job you are going to do? It shows you are not serious. It shows you don't understand the assignment in the also. Me who CEOs omo kwa near the flowers Asia oh anymore. No biti omakonyo no mo twa selfie. Oh they are too. Are we joking in this country? And yet time, of course.
Is it also a way the new mode of communication?
It is wrong.
Social
it
media.
Is wrong.
You have to let the people know what's happening.
What is happening
in the agency?
What is happening? Me a civil engineer.
Yes.
BBA design be a UBC.
UBC, sure.
So if there are any flaws in your design, in the construction, you are not careful, you would see it, and that's a big buaguso. So it is the eventual outcomes any here. Results, na me de me chase you. I'm results oriented person. And yet the acquire offers a big producer result, na producer result. Now more by most state organizations in ego. More na mo kayo. Afa you see you oh ba for you drives be for mo na pin no obira. Na adwuma no start. When adwuma na ni so. Have you been able to turn around the fortunes of that state entity and shifted it from red into blue? And you see, as a people, I think we should show more seriousness to the welfare and governance. And so we because of course it's good to have humor.
Of course.
To the be a lighting mood, no. But running a country is serious business. It's the lives of 35 million people. And we don't talk about leadership enough. We don't do a lot of thinking. Inti rabble rousing science, you say, yeah, Marco is a politics, no. Wow, I know, yeah. One no ding, utimididi atem, we ain't somewhere. Now rising tem. It's repugnant. And yet, SES Sano. Now you say yes, you become an ambassador not only for your party but for politics in general. So that in Kolana Wachim was papa, Pessemisumini, Nami yes or no, me wo any day, more casapa, more casa de, semino being adrian cramming, baby, I'm dinner befa. Nanya say in some ways, see studios we are and talk to missing a stop program because those who are there representing parties are misbehaving. And I've even had aid to talk to us, especially with the NPP. Ulusu elections here, there's an overwhelming goodwill for the new government. It's normal. Debbie, so that is not when to rise up. Hey. You plan your communications and everything for Ghanaians to see. So, okay, yes, we are learning lessons from the message they sent to us by not voting, or even our own supporters saying that they didn't turn up. I've had people, MPP before I catch them say, campaign because they were not happy with one or two things. In 10 years, my Professor Okwe, Wakwaya reported me, and me feel say, the here kese, Yan say the Babet Nabon say, Obi, and I say, oh my, and they contribute to 10%, 20% to you, Lucy. And no, they are a dear nibbetimia, a swia, a war, and near ma is see party for no pair, you bet me as a son.
But the school of thought said, allow people to vent. And also healing process.
No more kind of sad. Venting has never healed anything. I'm not when I say, I mean, Casa and Kenipa, Casabua, there be in smart Professor Okwe on the committee. Now, acquire no name, same here, and some they vented. Baby, or crack and talk. Yes, so as former presidential aspirants, you know, Mukushia, yes, can I drink them? That's what you do. To go around all the 16 regions, including over 200 constituencies. Na party for no akamoboso actually so I have contacts everywhere. Bams they report to me. So I know exactly what to expect in the report. So enti who here say afe na party penny and an officer of the party. Babe jina bonting ebe pointing finger say we na if say we the way na. There's no need now to name and shame. You have to go back. Sober reflection. Bruni friend is sober reflection. Trasy. No what by now yem penny for they free nipa kakra all the elected executives because I did in a document am say a bit kwabontin too much. Nti wo mo ya to aba you on kakra no in the key people in the campaign, and in Pennyphobia, I'm sure party any more. Wait till my from a question them say report nini a DNA and what kinds of steps should we take? Here.
Yeah, but the party people expect say Moko National Councillor you better present a report the mama.
Yeah.
Those decisions should have been taken, and I'm on Nihon Komo. Yeah. Because I think flowing from that, thank you, Tom. Yes,
when people are misrepresenting what happened.
Okay.
People are misrepresenting what happened. I don't like coming out of meetings to come and talk about the CA.
But the communication came, was said after National Council, nobody decides a party, thank you, Tom. No.
Oh, really?
Oh, you've not read it?
No, I don't think. I know there was a mention of thank you to Mami Kwame sorry, say. Then it is the party's thank you to.
Sure.
Because you see, we are saying, we are all growing. We should be honest with each other. When we are here, we can present a picture that does not inure to the benefit of the party and the Ghanaian people. And you've got to consult, talk to people near there. They are someone else, they hear the report. No? So our concentration should be on the report. You distill the critical interventions in Niema, and present us in a better way to the Ghanaian people, present the best version of ourselves to the Ghanaian people. That's what, for me, is the necessity. So
the thank you tour was not necessary.
Well, I'm telling you that this exercise of listening to our party.
Yes.
When Kofa we in your headline because we now okay. So did they make kind of say?
Yes.
You see a year here and some fata. Election no day at it's in the past. That is an electoral phase that is over. We are beginning a new cycle. We are in a new cycle until we are preparing for the next election. Now, we are there as a would learn lessons from the CA. Committee the report about. I think that the concentration
should be on the report.
On the report, and then the binye free mono. Na ye dia ye ejuma. Nti party from those yes some way yes. Until my sir. Proposals because those are things I may believe say.
Yes.
Me tie party form or party platforms because microphone me number and to be a platform on the me atoso. Intimi enkomo a ekoso na kun timi hu say one of the primary things here one ASRD.
But sitting outside and listening to elected executives, what they've told the party, at least communication about out, and they said when the report was submitted,
yes,
a committee has been set up,
yes,
to look at the constitutional amendment, the number to the email address about amount form proposals emra the committee also recommend the from court the account the amasa committee. That's the work being done on the report, and National Council has approved say thank you to thank the over 4 million people at Tuaba Edema party.
I don't think we had that. I'll have to look at the minutes again. Okay. In fact, I'm afraid because that was mentioned in passing.
Okay.
I heard it, yes.
Okay.
But me crying say Ben immediately, sir.
Okay.
Because me focus was
on the report.
Almost set up Frank Davis committee.
Yes.
The reason why even asking people to bring more crying, I know there was a debate about it. Because now members need to feel say, Yama committee around. Obiano Obibia should have gone and presented it there. And we should use the report rather. Now, only require constitutional amendments from the report.
Okay.
That is and that is what I think we agreed on.
Okay.
But anyway, I mean, these are things. Sometimes our understanding of things may be slightly different. But what is important?
But as a former presidential aspirant,
yes,
were you personally invited to join the thank you tour? That is the communication that came. Say, all partner agree. Say all former aspirants should be invited to join.
I don't want to pick on these matters.
Okay.
My general secretary, so party, I love the party intense.
Yes.
I want negative connotations. Sometimes I worry, but you any day I dima mpanimfo bi wɔ party.
Yes.
Nti say obi who WhatsApp message and now say obi kra on kind of WhatsApp message and now we have flyer. Not even the flyer, the design of it cry is suggestive.
Yes.
So until there many people are near na me pese me discuss it. But
meaning invite now officially. If I get what you're saying,
I've seen certain things on social media, and even the heading of it, no cry. There are people who've raised issues about it. And let's be honest with one another. So we have to accept that a party. And once we finish an election, we finish one election cycle. There is no need trying to create and hand some advantage to someone. That you don't do that. Create a level playing field for everybody. Oh, yes, sir.
After every election, Moya, thank you, Tom.
It's not. We are saying after every election, we are losing. Say, are you saying say Bibia we are mechanical from? Let's all continue, sir. We know the history of thank you tours. 1992, yeah, accepted result, no.
Yes.
Yeah, trust stolen verdict.
Yes.
And now we needed to go and ginger
the base.
The base. Say, yeah, it's different from what happened now. They are not the same. And to the here, let's not, I don't want us to so, I think
Baba say a lot of your party folks were expecting you personally, because I think how you've conducted yourself over the years, from all the challenges you had when you were general secretary, what conductor, you've endeared yourself to the party base. And they were expecting to see you on this thank you.
Well, unfortunately, at the same time, for the last 1 month,
yes,
we free and did 2 weeks.
Asempa
and did 2 days. And ohene susu wi omunyina ye menuano ohene su me askrama boy nti I've been going up and down, my head is up there. Clearly I couldn't have been part of this, but I spoke to the others who felt said they had not been communicated to properly
for them to join.
Yes, because you see, nipa ne be empenimfo. Me cry the maka say me abrante kaka, but penimu to say a free akoto. Wa change akomo from one no passes one fancy. So until pese bibisa, there's a way. So na o present a picture one here na say what to do anuma ho na
now they ba be
nipa ye no sa enti media me feel say party no yen kan ho no kre. There are things we should not do. So, and at this time, party, me feel said the critical thing is
the report.
And I know na party for na can was a momo how many no my council committee no. Yen hwe discuss no no free ho. Yen sise niema foforo. Yen go into a new cycle. So,
your view, this view aligns with what I heard Kujom Pianin say. So, on also feel said the most critical thing is to focus on the report.
Yes.
But he again made the point said, even if the party decides to do a thank you tour, that tour should be led by the national chairman and not the flag bearer who, to all intents and purposes, wants to come back again.
It's a fair comment. It's a very fair comment. Say, on maybe is different.
Okay.
But then you have to respect all aspirants or possible aspirants in what you do. So much them show. And me feel say as a political party, you need the right things to do. So ye sana and kofma ebinimu in feel say there's an attempt to orchestrate. And no politically. And I think say going forward no. I like to be honest with each other.
But I want to say interestingly, Kojom Pianin raises her issue about who leads the thank you tour. I read rebuttals from some other party members say No, it didn't start today. I mean, Nanado after losing led a thank you tour. Kofor led a thank you tour after losing. Why should it be different now? Even when all of them, Nanado, for example, after 2012 court, or call UK or buy and obey a thank you tour. It was clear he wanted to contest again. But he led the thank you tour. So why should Bawumia's be different? No, that was the rebuttal to Kujumpian in Samokan.
Well, at the end of the day, we're a political party. You have to look at the exigencies of the time.
Okay.
So,
and take
we've been through a very difficult part. Yeah, we will do everything to support him to win. Yes. I think we have to sit back and have a review. Football, maybe the sports. Last 2 days, me basketball team lose. TV crying and saying, "Your friend will be video nasty."
Yes.
Say, "Omobobola." Now, Ankoya the next morning, they call all the team and they show you the video of the match. The coach will tell you, blocking way. For me, what we have to learn from this report and our defeat, we are not doing it. And we want to carry on as if it's business as usual.
Business as usual.
But
who should take the decision and say, let's do this? Is it not the National Council? Well, after more Congress, National Council is the second highest decision-making body.
Yes, that is
and
true.
And you meet regularly.
Why don't we don't meet regularly. Like National Council meets and that's why I say to meet for the report. That was, in fact, was almost a one item a year discussing other things. And this thing was in passing. It wasn't debated for. I didn't catch my attention. Say, and I'm a car sorry crack. I says, "Ye baby, bisa. You making sure say a party no and the lady and we'll get the buy-in of everybody." I remember making that comment. In fact, I'm afraid director of keeping records of a minister. Me checking the bill how it was recorded. I got up and made that comment because in man, I never say because me feel say the day any looking at the report
and the recommendations.
Next our conference in July. The near bit me to be able to satisfy provisions now constitution. Say per se amendment be the team their core constituencies a month ahead of time. Those were the things I made the menu. And this came to me out of the blue bisa. I heard it in person, but I don't think we had a major discussion or debate on it there.
But apart from National Council, Osei was next.
Yes, as a former General Secretary, you get to sit on all the.
But the report came to National Council.
It came to National Council, not NEC. But we had NEC that day, and then after that we had National Council.
And at NEC meeting, the tour did not come up. Like, thank you, tour.
And they came at the tail end of council. I think somebody mentioned it. Say, I've forgotten exactly how it was put. But
one question I'm a person me busao. And I mean, Udimba up. If you say, hey, Kwabena Japan, a national chairman, Kwabena Japan, they say, is this something you are still interested? Like serving the party?
And also one-on-one.
One-on-one.
Me say me no can.
What is the party for the Pewasemo? Maybe I will
me
national chairman.
Be power and our position here. Me de a hammer organ as say. And the fact that we are losing our way. The direction of the country. I'm not happy. And to say you mentioned
but you need to be in there to change it.
But we need to start sad conversation in common because you see we tend to political issues in Ghana major economic problems and then social problems. In fact, the social problems require worse. And so I know the encounter cry. Until I'm cooking Black Rasta book or mean about etiquette. A friend is saying courtesy for boys and girls. Say who did you abontin cry? You were the way did you be the boomer, unqua and fed you and then a way did
it was the next phase of the interview and
okay,
where we deal with national issues, social issues,
maybe. And as for party, I've always been a servant of the elephant.
Okay.
President Kufuor, my boss in the car said, So be messenger, your power. Yes, and so be general secretary
position.
Me obsessed with positions. I have never been. Masum as general secretary of the party, which is about the highest. I mean, I did my best at the time. Unfortunately, we all know what happened. I don't want to reside in that. And the party there, whichever role Bia me play Biana. And Mreni drew her as Abrofukana. When we get to the bridge, we cross it. Intermediate party there.
You've not decided now, so I'll be contesting for any elective position. See, I want this undecided.
Say you need some reflection.
Yes.
I think we are in a reflection mode. But right now, I want to see the expansion of the base of the party. Because me see the party for no man can form na. How on say ye bibia omonka ho. Nti me feel say no the primary thing.
Yeah, but how you are passionate about this party, you know? Why do you think so you can see the change you want to see sitting outside?
I'm not going to sit out. I'm in there. That's why I've made a proposal, and I'm definitely going to be in there. Me party mean free party mean free party edda.
Yeah, you will always be in there as a former general secretary.
Yes,
but that's not what I'm saying.
O person we news woman. Say Kasibia, Meko, me say.
How about the flag bearer?
Yeah, no.
Flag bearer 1 or 2.
Emre so. Say no crash now. Say
this year we propose a G2 more. What's it this year?
Say don't worry. First things first.
Okay.
So, first things, when you're there, I mean, you be that. Me time me I brand here at 44 years. I was the youngest of the 17 aspirants. And I mean, I'm passionate about say about transforming your home as a people.
Yes.
And your orientation, the way you home politics.
Yes.
As you say, I'm a politics. After be beer or chroma. Me feel say high. As of my be when we were in office, which was not good, me caution nipe be sooner we almost moving to a different level.
And John Mahama promised to reset this country. That message na echo Magana forman overwhelming endorsement. But in the next 6 days, obedi 120 days in office, 4 months. Have you seen the reset?
Me station and I don't like sloganeering. Now Ghana so say sloganeering. Intina me campaign I want to does breaking the 8 because me say a jumano never form. I'd rather work hard we jumadin near timia dinkunim than say me num na me to me of course, I know I'm saying ni fault any communications. Reset any day. What babemu? What the president need be done? Who cried until the excuse? What the BBR done over the president?
Yes.
And no, I could 8 years no asamba. We crash today. Yan two swababio. This is the time to take the most difficult decisions, take the right decisions, and leave yourself a legacy. The over concentration on obey Chief Justice. Dear Chief Justice now, dear grave
part of the resetting the judiciary. I said there are imbalances in the judiciary. They have to reset the judiciary.
Me campaign. Make I say Ghana can do the judiciary of no more than 9 justices.
Supreme Court
justices. 9 justices. This country, we overburden ourselves with the government machine in this do. Don't say na me catch us. Me can't. And no, my economic problem. Are we living within our means? And okay, say na me no me share program bi me no hear back. Na mbusa say obi, uti he unum sky de ma wo.
Yes.
Ukofia, ho aduane,
and now better
to ho bibia. Ye pese yetena oman mu a ye live beyond our means. And no ne ne. So we've been running a budget deficit for donkey years. And are affecting till you come to the realization say I don't know say nete tekuni ebenya ehun adwuma na yebeye ne enka no krenche Ghana for inse say me we yebesi ayenim say enisika ye debeye. It can be wrong in every administration. Enti ese the time has come. Yes, also the best opportunity because don't hear say beto so ababio. Unless the microphone can say no crash, so person could be
officially maintained.
Well, I hope not. I'll be very surprised.
Why not?
Why? who cry the word the 3 times. What the meals dear kakra. And what the wow dear. And there's some more be a piece. What's up with you there? What's up with you at the Ida?
If the Ghanaian people see, say 4 years, we know, and we
President Bakwa, say my press secretary, President John, the Ghanaians like you. You should change the constitution. The president worried the names. Okay, no guys. Ghana and this hour and this Omukruma, Omutu about 98%. Me time is one. Nami come baby. Okay, baby. Bibi any boo, bibi obi apena sanity. Inti I hope not. So now makubi dada no sa. Na nimguase obeje no. Esin. Nti on to the hofo ena anyema bi wa ehuni mfaso chief justice one judiciary is one leg of our government system. There's the executive, there's the parliament, and there's the judiciary. Executive ni parliament na tembia esisano. Judiciary there is the bastion of the country. Nyina ho kire ya ho na ebeko. And you don't want to tamper with it. And Tina Mekan said, Tama Mirana as presidential candidate said, to reduce the packing of the courts and interference by presidents and all that, you know. Yay, 1, yay, capon at 9. 2, yay, increasing one more retirement. Yay, more retire.
Yes.
One more quarter time medically, or more unfit. And as we sorry, we're free.
Yes.
America Sano because law there, and this other professions. When you cry now you get wiser. You open say yenina papa samokuja to we di 87 o say ho den nti so Supreme Court akwa retire and so council of state so no kan ho no ye na adwuma still cry ne ho den enti me feel say person constitutional amendment eno bisa no say person check presidential abuses nka obaye eno say beka say so be free mo now enti esa replacing judges no enye easy nti president bia no back nipa 10 be so on dem show no 70 no crown mo yi o mo no uhwe ni ye bo anu ne de ahoden de ho George na Wood uhwe na ahoden de ho nyansa no de ho so fire kufu ahoden no identity so okọ and no crab ho mo me nka as a country it benefits all of us power no there let me tell every politician here to cause red over from until this obsession with power and TSM we are there transient to be free.
The argument has been made saying in the case of the current CJ, no?
Yeah.
The president only received a petition pursuant to Article 146 and the all follow process.
Oh, dear process. President or a backstopper. Obetima kind and we say we flimsy to tune. When I can't to me, he's the president of the country. Obetima, sir. And I said, who encouraging for the petition about
no, but the constitution doesn't say wow it's film or say forward to the Council of State and in consultation with them establish a prima facie.
They say the wording and the spirit.
Yeah, the letter in the spirit
of the constitution.
Yes.
Until I know they may feel say I will never excuse him for that. At the end of the day, we will president with there.
Even when Council of State,
they say when I go Council. Yeah, when I go. Until we share now, who say Bibi woman sana wo dey ko. That's how we hear who say Bibi woman say me fan ko. Now the in some more is it deep enough? Is it grave enough to take out one leg of government, the judiciary, the bastion of our democracy in our country? I know they me see me no nyadwen on that. So say unti no be koso onkoso. Seeing now says the internet is
the internet never
forgets. Makasa same way. Dachi yen na ati ha. Enema pii o ha maka abem so. Oh I say. Enti media me feel say the high as a country is a tembia obi be penia na enablers no mu di America na akosa around no. Yodium ne bonu samrane ma then you become like nyame nti obi aka bibi a wontie 2022 in your studio in Casman FM I made these same calls when the economy was tanking that Mr. President intervene na media wo ban me fansa wa call na me na me your first campaign manager tie masem me do tie masem na sesa nipa na handle
economy no I remember
ye di matem kroma man carry me dey me feel say me a party ni yes you endanger our chances of retaining power yeah na be twem intimate me ono so me tunofo
John man
yes meaning oh say me no quite me tunofo
no meaning say first 120 days you are not impressed with what you've seen
Japa so madam for no yeah say more and concrofofie how is that
accountability?
That is not accountability. That is not accountability. Well, when you are president, you have custody of all the intelligence arms. Be we here person will assemble. Until I'm a teacher, OSP, I'm say, will declare will be wanted. What I call say playing to the gallery. What me assemble any other absentia and try and absentia. You try and absentia. Now go find a better anymore. Na me na se medi boni na obefrem na makase boni medini fa koye
what the menu so
abubumfo I mean never be okra it doesn't stand logic or common sense enti sa takashi ne hunhuna ni gidigidi minim se omo no on the revolution na buy the PNDC na wo NDC enti some of the traits names are still aka but I was expecting him not to have endorsed such behavior cry. I know the man can say na me disappointed that na me boa. So Bora Addison fee. Say the India. What be that Ghana? Say Ubia Bora say you could to Niemania Yeniama Basania sorry near P. And nobody wants to talk about it. I will speak up against that. In any government. If my government does it, I will say it. Much less an opposition, a government, a party that I don't belong to.
Yeah, but when those rates became public, some members of governments, you see, I heard John Janapo, for example, say, Omufri Abaimu in 2016. Similar things were done.
So that makes it right.
Under the guy said accountability.
So that makes it right. Wouldn't say me were London 209.
Yes.
Now brother friend said Tony Edu so Tiasia unti. Or this soldier for a confuse car, me official car. Me am my official car. The last minute now, could you pay the corner? Who better I buy my official car? Enti fittings in the back home. Konomunko evaluation of state transport, Netuaka. My Kotuaka says a car muniad. Nam Kran Meja me took on. Yes, Omo Jeka. Next time, none other 8 abanam say, catch him, brother, say, be a pronoun fanco. Some review.
It was the coin. Oman San Farm.
Debbie. The coin. And family. But I'm saying, since those things that happen up to now, so they happen, is it a military coup? Or this is a civilian transformation? Transition, rather? And all the intelligence arms now,
information be our
PBS on Saka. Now, who feels strong enough now to prosecuting Nipana? I will never stand in the way of anybody, any government that wants to prosecute someone or then inside Abansika, because I'm against that. Not only that, many others. Rollins mobile chrome have kunkum nipa. And so we are here. Cantonments in Sassiniade. What's wrong? Is that right? And government after government has followed through. And then who call rage? Laboni,
Asempa FM,
NPP, NDC for our people who are connected politically have bought these lands when the land should have belonged to the people of Ghana. Wouldn't say a compete economically, near share the equity value of these huge developments that are sprouting up around Accra. It should be way more than the 3 billion Why do we maltreat the country Ghana? I didn't. Until we the politicians, lead media me can say me abans I said damn anji that. You want them who say me catch us idea munya mempe. It's not good. Me me dynamic team.
Even when you were in government.
Yes, one of them we see we should lead by example, have political leaders, be passionate about the country. Me secure country no. Na me enye no say we ba no abey say
Do I get it, sir, in the first 120 days of John Mahama, onye bibi a impresso?
First and foremost, media crowd there. Unse masaka o studio. Ghana, yeah, politics 4 years. A dos. Okay, abai ba ka first 1 year no crowd no. They are now getting their feet under the table. I feel no more appointed DC, bebre boards, ne councils. Because appointed. So, on also count because say university council and our board.
Yes.
Now when you are appointed, I don't know this already. Just tell them as part of the transition, say don't take any major decisions. And prepare a proper handing over. Now me appoint him a new board and now no more share, now more handing over. And now quite a lot of the educational institutions won't mean because yeah, these are all councils also far from my. What kind of confusion is this? After 32 years, we haven't learned, and him especially, when you've been president twice before, it's unacceptable. So, we call baby, yes, Pamwe, yes, and some of the words they use cry, he has been sacked. No, you can terminate them. On your money, you can sack a connote say why a bonny be, but we are president, or authority say obesis and yes, and the etiase. Uba and so President Kufuor time me na menene nam timini nam furi onu kra no aye bie na director wa mia yan crofo na na do e de ekoto aha the whole day there sha akman mi na onu kra ye ba pa na no ko cabinet atani o state house
nam furi at the time no
IGP Kufuor man we any time and son of Usupuku buy or follow a dear na Ususianum near de Kakaka, Penifona homobia bedin de Kakra now time no munya ben sister. Well, yes, or son hierarchy. No, the same Tina, who come military, no ballroom, no clear top in about 20 generals. What kind of destabilization act is that?
You don't agree?
I mean, one because a president, not done for Madam, former chief of defense staff, OJ Samson.
OJ.
It's Samson to me advising. How? I mean, yeah, of course, who promote to be so we penifuni be. And yes, we are very careful. Look, your bar power in 2001.
Yes.
Commander Eshen, no Rollins, ADC. Kufuor keep you na mani rotation sign. Yene nete castle. Ya mpamuze we Rollins ADC ndia manenye. Eshe no we no chef fita meboa. Ansana kana je no mu ba yokoye brigadier na free ho na akwa obeye obeda akwa. No e kana ntimi hu na me friend kana who is why general. Madam fo. Oh.
Yeah, but once away chief of defense staff or yeah low and what promoting
I don't think you should do that. Yeah, buy a cry a cafe a jumakakra and sign a cofom. Ukofom benya a beer either the army commander now be or a higher. And teacher says oh sweet woman and personally I disagree totally with him because what he's done is to bastardize the army and yet
there will be consequences.
I don't want to say that because then the Okasana will go into. I don't want to say. I hope they will take it lightly and then we move on. We will look at the national interest and do the right thing. But I'm saying, me soldier for PM and for but na say me call Berman Kambache. Be the mensa. We need very close because of also NPP. Oh, I think some of these things you are better off without messing it up totally. Until we want to penny for be our promote tobacco. Na wajebi na system na ye na clear the top say because of cover CDS and brigadier mboa. Until some major generals in there so be crying on rule system. Upon the person you want to junior school. Only until say oko. So I think Sasani many will have emphatic.
He made specific promises in the first 120 days. And so we share all the promises now. He seems to have achieved
Obi. Many break campaign we are illusion. Only promises my show.
Oh, 120 days promises. So national economic dialogue. National education for
economic dialogue any day. national education dialogue any day. Ghana, we tamper with far too many things. Yet a chrome highest who did 12 years and now call from 1. Yeah, homo do from 5 and now a Bema no consist form and son wako university. Yeah, Chiro City a Chichi toilet in a Chiro City opera no a dot near day of fingers no what boo more fancy film who dear grown yet too. Max inspection. Yeah, my uncle room wako help. So this was the educational system, which was damaged by the PNDC in 1983 because of IMF economic recovery. Yes, Sanunko GSS. Any. Me, if I ever had my own way, I will work with the stakeholders to roll it back and get back to the secondary school O-level, A-level system. Not discipline or school 7 years. Kwako 2 seniors. Just say. Oh, for madam for being till because about could be bomb each day. Me money maybe I'm the Hano. This is the year madam for perhaps who bomb each day, I'm called dispensary. Because oh, for now, I know a senior officer will be on back castle or by a monsieur. Catch a president because papa well bomb each day. And that media, but I'm saying that discipline fortified us. Created the hierarchy of respect. Into who from 2 a mate crowd no from 2 near Ubuno. Because I'm fast from 1 court and from 2 court easily. So you created discipline, and then there's one course 2.5 years or 3 years.
Yes.
Into Ubetinefie. So Bamboni be a war who be now the Yini or JSS. Quite 3 years. How are you going to reform? You can't. And no na higher and there see bibi the Gen Z who said dear. Dear no be na no asemwa emfata na oka. Because sa book na sama American no courtesy for boys and girls. Ethics, etiquette, and the dressing cry. I'm a reho. First who pay fear. Who say chalota be better so won't mean pay. So we had a culture that we used to respect ourselves and love ourselves and have a way of discourse. And of course, political competition can be heated. So there are certain limits. For the welfare of the ordinary person, especially the underprivileged.
Yeah, but you promise obey. And we be a final point now here in Commona Bay. You promise obey with a manifesto. The NDC in the campaign it go beyond the manifesto. I sign a specific 120-day social contract. Also went to me and for example, nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Why?
Is that something you want to be proud of?
Oh, why not?
I mean, with a man's transition, you something you have. Look, they hear and your attitude. Say your best friends will be metro minister who are vetting.
Yes.
Now I am for Swanchine. Nipa. When they sow the seeds of corruption, it creates an atmosphere. Say, you are in a celebratory mood instead of being in a fighting mood. So, when you embrace the economy, I say, is in crisis. And no. You focus on and that is what we are supposed to do.
But you might on the economy, no? Omoka said they will reset the economy and create prosperity for all. One of them is to scrap draconian taxes, which they've done. I mean, e-levy gone, COVID levy almost here end of year, 10% levy on bet winnings gone, emissions levy gone.
What is important, as I said to you, say engineers, pay results. Outcomes. Yes, outcomes. And for me, it's even too early to pass judgment. Of course, there have been a lot of missteps, including these invasions of people's privacy. Supreme Court, Air Koso. Intimidate me feels so it's very important that we build the country, be honest with ourselves, idea be kosuna enya eseka. And see, I'm building a new politician. Say, Bibi kosuna ko kan na party for afro. Now they say na. So those things should stop. Let's see a build on mining who say you a juma be there in Isua. Yeah. And huna. For instance, I mean, look at the conduct of the election. About your Tony, your pong, or polling station. Because everybody is supposed to have a pink sheet.
Yes.
And that pink sheet, according to the electoral law, as a retire so by now, Blakuma North, we should know all the results.
So
all the results.
You
say the collation center, and I asked our own operations people, what operational instructions Namodima constituencies? One, you keep your pink sheets. And they baby, and you say co-operational center.
Yes.
So you just go there to validate. Circulation, started in 1996. That was the first time we had a strong room of the Electoral Commission.
That's at the national level.
Yes, but that is how you put together those days. We used to draw an itinerary for the electoral area coordinators to go and pick those pink sheets.
Okay.
Because only will last point of call. Say Ekobane say eso koko.
Yes.
So and here say Penmu Bejina TV so say you could be to be in charging call electoral
collation center.
Now create chaos and confusion which is unnecessary. Once at 5 o'clock is declared at the polling stations and you know the result there and you have your pink sheet, you can assemble it.
Who will do the assembling?
And that's why
the party can do this.
You should do your own
but
assembly.
The EC should also have a point of
that is where is the collation point.
Okay.
Until you can either send the MP there or the candidate or his campaign manager, but you should have your parallel collation center. And that's how we're able to guard the electoral process and win these elections. And maybe should say they near there they surround elections as if say gidi takashi about to something. No akochire waje ye wi a na akan de dodo na koma wo no ono na de ama no e de man wi a wo adwumaden da wani so. It's not a joke because we have serious issues as a country to deal with, like I said, even social problems. Ghana has to say parenting, I break it down. Yen kan wasem. Family planning, yen kan wasem. And it is the less privileged who are having more children. These are all issues. First, now GSMF. That's how we almost share condoms for free. And I want it. These are serious social interventions. And now we call the most difficult neighborhoods. I want drugs in I take you over. And collide because of a friend is saying social media. Who will be no boss, my dear? No, I say. No, I good nutrition. First in person about them for.
Let's say Gen Z.
Until we know behind nutrition, they are trying to live like what they see in the music videos. But that is not normal. I know you're theater, you're entertainment. And if you want to live your life like what you see in the videos now, and Kobana sir, these are things as political leaders. As you can want some near Bohuderu, near Tunkolane for. Now, omo value omo life. No one say nema. The last thing I'll talk about is sexual harassment, which nobody wants to talk about. A cost of organ papa.
Sexual harassment.
You call 20 girls, omo pejuma, 18 are being asked for sexual favors. Nobody wants to speak about it. And ye hankola ukruma dia ompese de ye oye e de ye uni aba men fanya obi ne ye mema no so ye sa nti me catch a men's fellowship for method say ye lead the crusade e ade e koso Ghana pa akwa adwuma otwam no obi de nsa
abono
koka e ma promotion enyo say these are serious social issues that we face in this country. Intimidate is not only political. Economic need, let's cut our coat according
to our size, and things will fall
in place.
Can the NPP recover after one electoral cycle? By that I mean, sir, do you see your party winning power back in 2028?
If we take ourselves seriously, and and then we go into why we lost. We know why we lost, and you address the key issues, including allowing the base to decide who our leader is, and no be energize the base. On be yere omo akoye adwumaden na face omo be kasa ma ye no the communication people. I've been press secretary to the president. That was the time I tried to call the communication people together and say, hey, I don't like what I'm seeing. Sure. What you better not be 8 years. Coffee daba. If you are saying debt, friend say
debt restructuring.
Be me. Music I crave you. I'm saying you move half. But you find so. Yeah. Now until better ha. Any DNA kasa. Ghana for don't penny say. You talk at them. Now I say we chifa one so. Especially when you are in power. Oh, and on be punish you.
December 7th.
No more code. So, and some of our people feel say, okay, come, we have to trust them now. Did they tell me they were a year and say we are communicator? That is not the case. Intermediate message. Yinya isa kasa ya. Ni didi enwatem. Emfata. Ni rebuild that collegiate mentality. Ni who say your man and eso. Na dey say mukwaya ni mukwaba na dey ba 2000 na obi beko na obi ama see ma enchima no hu se wokọ politics mu anche se wetuko wiem wo here the obsession and the aggression will abate e beko form na hu se adwumaden na akoye e dey asom o man so. And
when you do that, at 2028, it's possible for you to.
Oh, it's possible.
But that would also largely depend on how Mahama performs in government.
Of
if
course.
he performs well,
the comeback will be steps I want to take. Oh yes, I just so catch them say. Me mom pa is a mom perform. There be economy.
That's true.
Who is going to bank? Now say scan $1 to me the 5 now be 2 and then the cost right now we am sure and come say we MPP ni so we NDC ni so we adia e be high nyina the educational system say yes be the double. I don't like those things. We've got to make sure say me and tinker with things. Engineer say if it's not broken don't fix it. Me and fair and sanko ke kanema me nye basa. Because we have a country to build. And once we do that,
that's true. That's true. Me that say, engineer Kwabne Japan. Oh, you're brutal. You're brutal. You're brutal. I mean, I'll read one message now. Samuel Brian Boabin says, Obi, engineer Kwabne Japan is a special breed of politician and a patriot extraordinaire. I've not seen anyone who genuinely loves the NPP as much as he does. Despite everything he endured, including the unfair treatment, he has remained faithful to the ideals of the party. He campaigned vigorously in 2016 and 2020 as though nothing had happened. Even without the fortune of receiving any appointment, he campaigned in 2024 with more zeal than many who had enjoyed prominent positions. He epitomizes sacrifice, volunteerism, honesty, integrity, and hard work. Values he consistently demonstrated and espoused during his tenure as General Secretary. He was sacrificed to neutralize the NDC's Akan party tag in quote propaganda as Afoko and Same Krab were Nanakans. Fortunately, such a tag no longer holds water following the election of Dr. Baumia as our party's leader in 2024. I sincerely wish him well in all his endeavors. Samuel Brian Boabin, inside Awoshi. We say, oh, be simply amazing listening to engineer. God bless him. Richmond, was Standard Chartered Bank. Nedia Enono. Chairman Adekoka says, Obi, ask my very good friend. Does he remember when his government went to raid the house of President Atamels whilst he was out of the country and Nadu was traumatized? What did he say about that then? Tell him disappointed.
My man responded to it.
Yes.
I did the menu part.
Yes.
One I call standing MPP. Oh, Dansuma 92.
Why Adekoka?
Oh, anyway, not a battle as you call standing Cape Coast 92. But I want to let him know, sir, what he said is not entirely true.
Okay.
In fact, I was the one President Kufuor sent to Her Excellency Nadu Mills' house to go and apologize for what happened, for what those guys did. They were chasing a councilman who can't be. Some overzealous security people. Never make some of these things. No? It can happen on your blind side.
Yes.
But it's the actions that you take. I went personally to the house to apologize to her and call Professor Mills in Canada. Because one who's car, you don't need to chase the car. In terms of power, overzealousness, it misses it. Until I many disappointed me who watch it. Olympics, they say, watch it.
That's the prime show. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Engineer Kwabne J Japan Eja Yenho Ako. Na also presidential staff anana ya jantwa atnase. And then some wohono esin kuri. Ye bedin komo Richard Ahiagba will join us as well. Only a director communications for the NPP. Bansana na ya bebem ye bedane ye ho aba. Chum mume be away in my wise. It seems it's gone off. But Nana, akwa ba net saying.
You and the holiday in much my but
I was a man will be in Simbia.
First me.
Nana ya jantwa. How are we are passionate about, you know, or we say we are stickler for due process. How are you may constitution mandate to so a public officer you say. Yes, what assets can we declare?
And now they bar. Yeah, no, I can't want to maybe. Me person me boy me person me can't.
Why na ya obi anyi bibia?
Felix Abeka what it is.
Then so won ya Felix.
There be.
Yes, would you listening say we declare?
I'm going to me or ya me into no say Abeka.
The receipt way. Receipt that just we declare.
I don't catch him say me famra.
Nana ya.
The book catch him say me famra. And it's not them bad.
No, but did you think say for a story like this over me musa ho?
The book be say me ho say I'm not in the mood and the mood to be very honest and Dominic Anka.
Me see asem say Domi ensure say wa ba ha.
Me enu ti am dem ba and dem be ja wa ko.
So won declare wa say.
One catch
Nana ya of four people.
One catch you. Listen.
Fourth estate report no. Odi
me person me cancer.
Omo no kasa o mbusa o.
Oh, obi ade me ehun me person me cancer. The way I'm feeling about it, I don't want to talk about it.
But it's in the public domain.
But Felix has answered it, so it's enough. And you mean kwana me din ho so you.
Oh yeah, I know.
So you can't single me out.
Oh yeah, I know.
So ngamen kwana me din ho an ka be ya no. So there's it.
Yeah, I get you.
So I mean sometimes you look at the corporate.
Yeah, because we say names nearby, you know. Some of the appointees, no, obi to say Broja Jemfi, for example, or the receipt I bet to the say oko wa declare ticket also to your money receipt and or the ababet. You understand? People are taking their destinies into their own hands to respond.
But we are corporate, so and if Felix
director communication, minister communication,
yes, and come cash there now. Baba can be no way and is a corporate. A buy and come in Kwana maybe yano. Yes, Anna, we will move one. So it's not like we be a
now the Felix can say. Because me maintain. Dominic Felix issue statement and
I had to say something.
Because maintain. Maybe your issue statement.
I had to say something. So I don't want to go into I need to find what's the doors on your
very well.
So I need to find out exactly what has happened. I don't like you won't
now we are presidential staffer. I will say we declare what was
officers in me PRS in Kolani be cry more forms.
So mun declare. Now our properties be breed here.
Papa Jambi, me capital so Papa Jambi.
Anyway, so Ekosiisen.
But me concern is
yeah.
This will be man call I'm on forward bushia.
Yeah.
I'm on forward now for.
Yeah.
We will come say we be bonko for who
to even come into public office.
Yes. And yes, I will declare no.
Yeah.
But say obi crying ye no abeda bontin. So what shows say me the media kwa e me da bontin.
Yeah, it's true.
No be ni me din komo weekend no ka bibi say penyu bi ka che ni say mu ye ni say dia. Ye mu bi dia say ye ma hu. But that person is good. Ono na concern nye say public ni be hu.
Yeah.
But the bushia phobia.
Ebe hu. Properties.
And the pressure that will come.
But some of us ideally, you know, the how I numpo no ya anya krankeye because then we should make it public. We a public officer into property before coming into public. The public should know. Free power and so we should know. That is how we would really fight. But this thing na shelves be more baby no.
But say bibi ba say you bet me akohwe.
But then what say can bibi ba?
Oh, but me believe he said I don't know, but me I don't know what it is. Say yeah, the beba out, that one is the law. What does the law say?
The law says when you are entering office, I will say we declare.
Yeah.
When you are leaving so we declare. But it doesn't say you're in the public.
Yes, so your program was that, and what Domlevon was talking. Good evening, Mr. Domlevon. He was saying there was no verification. Because he was saying say okay, what they call public, fine, but you need to verify Sadia na wo na ni
the nipa na de buy and then no cra
the all can yampa.
Okay,
so what I say yampa.
What it means is that for now we don't even verify nipa na de buy and area to
san no castle or no food said that is what should be done. But
okay,
I have me cautious me DSS say me binana me who DSS me, but I'm saying say what does the law say?
Yeah.
So it depends on what the embassy say. It's a former chief justice who is on suspension said the law is the law.
The law
it doesn't matter the noises you make. Into no law no DSS or hointi. Does the law talk about verification? Does the law talk about publication?
And no crime or how it will play out in the face of the right to information. You understand?
But I'm saying we need to be careful because it means a time I may walk PURC, my own personal account was published in the newspapers.
Oh really?
Yes, the same can so which was my own money. It's not as if you say you'll be me pay am saving in kakra.
Was published?
Yes.
Because you are declared it in the asset.
No.
And I won't declare.
I wasn't even part of sending me.
Now PRC.
Yes, from the bank, yes.
Oh, from the bank?
Yes. So I'm saying.
But you should have sued the bank.
But we need to be careful about some of these things. And I'm saying, it's a place, I mean, me per se, but I really, it should be done. I mean, I'm encouraging everybody, a woman. There's nothing wrong with it, but they publish it. It's okay because if you go and verify it was my own money.
Yeah, your own money. That's true.
That's true. Me savings and my me pay me a savings person because you don't know when you be in trouble. You get me?
Our accounts go more come.
Say the BBN him say the this first.
BBP ni be kawa na.
Me manko una mini bi am de koye sa de.
Now bonds ni ade na wonto bi.
There be me confess card no way.
Nana ya. That about to say who confess card way.
There be
now papa eja pade ori ja wonko asese.
Said ye nya yo dia. Nya wonko an dia. Oya obomu D ABCD na me na me number 5 na me. Eja pade en dia but say nya wonko an dia. But me because you don't know when BBC. I mean bonds ni dia me I dey be adam ani nye ho from the very beginning.
It was our treasury bills na we know.
Me say minister me be bi. Was on say anka treasury bills more e ka bonds.
Yeah, anka treasury bills cry e ka bonds. E ka treasury bills dey anko mine na be.
Yeah, but at the point in Nkrofo show say be ka treasury bills.
It you more exempt. You know, e ka treasury bills anka the country will collapse and they na.
And so Nkrofo enya confidence in treasury bills na rate no so eba for
air dropping.
Yeah. So but
Martin na ya janto an yete ne kan ma me Richard ahia kwa ba na fe me na me home run e fan komo en hyehyɛ so director of communications NPP. Yeah, Richard akwa be te say
obi ma feel
me who watch papa. I think since elections he
check. We
be aboko
Nyamiadom
save the judiciary demo
and the beba super and this for tete omode aba Ghana odia dey catch Ghana for say mamunye na ya jantoma de omode Ghana for say na de yakoba but if na say me chia o to me chia o na say madam for no e na ye o send there obi pa
now you look good
obi and this for na tete omode aba Ghana ma ba mo ntumi nya he na dia mo ba mbeto ye no na mo se no judiciary obi unim say ya bai ejina ne nan ye miensa judiciary executive ne judiciary executive and legislature enti ade da ho na mbeto ye na omunyina ye adwuma pepepe mo ba ye so NPP mighty minority ye boa mo ma mo vet mo krofo okay won so brofo no but ye boa mo
all M
o mate ye boa mo ma mo ye mo vet bibia kama time so ama ebia
obinefu also by advert
ye ba then say what can say
introductory comment
what can say enti eno ne say obi ene Ghana nyede Ghana nyede kura because at the chrono a democracy nyina ye de hwa ye ho no ukọ Burkina Faso your friend say Mali ni Guinea Conakry ni de aka ntokwa ni de aka wo Ghana nkwa na ye hope I was have bridge ha na ye democracy ya onaja na unka Boko Haram a mo hani pa ho but ye democracy NDC for edidi agro sa boko asemi o matra ho ayehwe ha made no ya jinsem enti judiciary a protect Ghana for rights onia the power of judicial reviewer idea eboama the three legs of power no edwuma no NDC for aba say enu nkwa na aka so mpese mu yiase efiri ho omutu ase a obi mi no eba be naked o Ghana your right nyina o matiafa enti yesi entiase enti May 5th ye fregara fo nyina asem be kai ho the demonstrate catch his excellency John Dramani Mahama emne be twemu President Rollins Abreso onya akonya be ye minister deputy minister be ye minister obenya akonya be ye vice president and wasa ye president there democracy na manabasa enye democracy anka no ni to bi a ode ba beji to me Ghana ha enti democracy no na yiso mu yi na dia oye obese democracy nteni abrepa demonstration abasu ye frega afo nyina so be kan ho wanga sanso be kan ho ni nzeze de
parties 5
na akabomo David too everyone say NDC for na on your own nzeze de obisasa o ma fa chire eni o mo kasa ama ye ni agumfo no amabamu ebu NDC for frefra mo so mo mbra o dia say ye ni PMP
NDP
PMP LPG and NPP
PMP no
People's National Party
na say omuni license
o de tobo na komo na fini ba be de tobo
PMP
omuni license
ana
obi omuni license omunya Ghana for
na party baby
LPG
Obi Obi say your kwampo na your capacity as Obi and we demonstration I say adwa no because asem na aba no e Ghana asem enye NPP asem enye LPG asem dia ya mo Obi jai
Chief Justice no asem no
na ya ni politics ye hu ye ba be kam asem enti Obi dia make can in say me di chia
me wo ba ma ye o kam o
me ba ona say dia wa ba no me say notebook okre nyama na wa chiro gum ene ye ka chiro enti Obi yes sir na ya aba hai Monday me to be safre no ombe kaye ho na ye demonstrate
nipa no kro me nipa na oye no kra mponti
aye hwan en
ame no nti no we call demonstration awa bura de
nti na won
no kra nti na me mpa
o de yate o de tobo
me nam ka kira family de name ni ka ho
na ya champion
ah ne hu se ayi ono mpo
ne hu se obe propaganda
unu yoba
me ni oba nti mi oba ye bone amenka
na bone a waye no ye ba be di ho as e wa wo ka ho asam Obi
sha Obi mami we
na ya tobo ma Obi nko ye ni advert mbra Obi asma America ne say
ye Charlotte say
tobo ene de ya
ka de obe ka
na kwa say ni list so boy
I was so ni so kura ye be ka me kire say Obi ya ka ne say mema okwa ma akoye advert but ye ne say Ghana edwuma na eba be no May 5th
okay
na ya janto me kai ho Ghana fo nyina enye saa no a saa democracy omudi so omo ye aban a govern Ghana no omuni nyina so bia e say protect democracy ye kire his excellency minim say wo somo no but the end say na namwa wo tuo no eba be say your fourth republic no enti ye ntwe ma no e ma ne say no it's your interest obe join ye na nyina nka nche say onyai na democracy no said you beto no end you enti Obi we obetuma ko ye wa advert
me ba will get into the issues Banana, but how am I push say a mania appointment, or baby, I be CJ.
I don't want to hear about CJ. Man, on the third one. Omo buy nya ye kan omo ho asem. Ye ka se e be you be. Nya first one no ye dey.
First one kwara mo ye yi no.
One was panic for time up to
up to
at a mills time.
Mo ye sem be yi no.
No oni ho. O ti ase onu krampo de onu aba be cancel Rollins time no ko Supreme Court no ne Rollins ye fine. Obi aka no ye nyina ye bo na chi do. Adenti na we nko ade ono ankasa ne judicial service for ade so wo mo wo jusak ade na jusak enya demonstration
ana ma say demonstration wo hu bi da wo hu bi da
your head
jusak
they are taking away your head obi our head jusak jusak is judicial
service
for you ye fa wono na your omo head. What I say? I didn't know Jusaka din the judiciary itself. I don't know more MPP for me.
Asema na ya kan wo. I predictable.
Ghana ba so predictable. Me fa picture be metro. Ghana ba so you want a lead.
Oja asasem no. Se
I don't know found.
Na enti no
Ghana ba association for kwa kasa na chese ye wie.
Nanka. Na se plan no mo dey kasa.
I don't know what say ma. And my groups in here, please, me see, Mamma farm of my
master.
So far, I be the idea, and this so far, I be the idea. Mrs. Georgina Wood, the rabbi.
Now, no, Kronamo pay you know.
Oh, the rabbi come on. Or I be the idea. And Obia was happy. I don't know who some about him.
Assembly ban ho e na ya etimopa opposition na wo tetachire ayese CPP o deben na de ehu no na so abaye NDC ye kan ne se na ya obi kobra
ye ha Asempa FM me ba Richard Ahiagba wa ha na ya ajantoa e wa ha after this short break e din komo
make me say, Echo Bank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy up in my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just nights with the Apple. Come bank Apple. Come. Life is easy with the Ekosiisen mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan NPP, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ekosiisen mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with Ekosiisen. Keep promise.
For free. Provident Insurance Bama Quentway on the fair. If January you could see March 2025. What the insurance one some shop Provident Insurance and sa. Some renew and now we have for 4 penya Chadia P. Emu fuel coupons and the Providence of the next Papa B. And you won't tell you. When you WhatsApp assistant or buy and chat is here. 024-242-6396. That's what to out over to me swap and 15 branches. You have to put together the mobile. Over to me soon a brokers and I agents in the mobile is our Janami and Sammy na Provident Insurance as some Ghana man from Paul Maconia Badi Wabambo Massa special for you for alcohol. Can such check a with Provident.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who then yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract and so say. If any na and quite down rocksters. One so chromo pan. What you want saying?
The contract and one nimnia ko. Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and now POP ceiling there. I am rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I do roofing sheet, papa, and no one can be assume Ghana for.
And can I say animal dear in so a boy
near the Fudiachi, Nanko Todibon and net Sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and now POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters, no one count to.
China for Mama Bosumu and 31st May 2025 for the woman if I call one Nessa Wara 31st May. I have some from UCS Sunday. So favorite club just a mean short to my community night. Tea Havana Pub and Restaurant. Tea Havana. I want the young couple masha fee you in front Champions League final. I was Kim Bambala. So now selling you many club drum your shabono. A good year would want to take you in the Becoso. 5-a-side soccer, arm wrestling, root basketball. Etc. I need you to for the call. The show favorite Asempa FM. I do not family do TV presenters Nina. You know what for Yam is Mansa. I am to forward was over pass it through. Antikaya Asempa FM UCL Funday. Saturday, 31st May 2025. Our Tea Havana Pub and Restaurant. And upon our Kronia Chassis. Home Miraya Young Point. Essence you can find an area must walk continuous. Live commentary was Asempa FM and Atom FM. So you will cross yesterday. Soccer bet. Your best bet for sports betting. TCL. Inspire greatness. DSTV. Ladies and gentlemen, Aquaba, welcome to Santike, your #1 male and female quality leather slippers and sandals blog. Looking for something unique? We have a carefully crafted wide variety of designs you won't find anywhere else. Wow, Santike! Feel the difference with our finest materials and attention to detail from our team of skilled artisans, ensuring that every pair is made to your specification. Gift yourself or a loved one with our handmade leather slippers and sandals. Not just a luxury, but an investment in your comfort and style. Arune Pankasa, Nanswade Panatone Ho. Order yours online now at santikeonline.com. You can call or WhatsApp us on 057-268-3529. We are located at Obojoy Street, New Achimota. Santike, we bring luxury.
Make me say, me crazy. Download it and use it. We gon' make your life so easy. Oh, yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy up in my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just right with the Apple. Now come on, the Ekosiisen mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan NP, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Bank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Get marvelous.
Semi Soriano Pa, Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de missing. And mommy confidence, the morning in her.
Serusia amana mi sifit gusuna mesrea. Eya wawahu. Ne de Kel Chaco toothpaste. And the missing. Oba dia ni pa, e will be muno. And ye dia Kel Chaco toothpaste. A boy sing ho by a free mowa, a boy simu to crow. A sia share and ye lumunka. She say, amani Kel Chaco toothpaste in Sunny. Yet is center for.
Media magic Kel Chaco toothpaste out to me. You know, Piana draw me kodam. And my missing fita. Confidence level kwaso. And to be nama. That me sit at 2 neguso.
And Caneno and me and my men do be dear to 3 years. Seno Asaya baby mo. Be dear what Kel Chaco toothpaste mono. MSC fita. And mana wanting. Nessa yin kabia. No one me ram. And unti more monum coffee, wine, any tobacco. A camo sesono. Abama mo. Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa. ENG.
Kel. Happy smile.
Adi, did you get to Yatumo?
Intimi kwami bampo penny. Market ya, enye, insupa. Na yesta ibisano. Antonswa, bobu. Esan se, me packet ye miensape. Mini thank you. Emo do for bia dunne. Wabombo se, sa mi kope tank into. Na dream tank na meta me high Syntex tank bien na echepa Syntex tank tank benzo de kita warranty bebre Syntex tank na fisu uni my favorite color no tank ben de bit na yama me Syntex tank obia se Syntex tank case close triple tank shede atro SINTEX Syntex tank na eni na bebie Syntex tank strong tough
Ghana Franco, esa the electrical appliances for washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, and need out clear. be you know that saba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see now. Franco, in now bring the papa, ne wonderful say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung of Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, SLSO tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and change na mahoden kwa. Hwehwe Franco kwabata bi e benwo. Name head office, Ewada Braka, one Roxy Cinema ne die nimre. Friend 0246 422 338 and a 055 5939 311. Franco Electrical Appliances papa. Efi
make me say, Ecobank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just like with the Apple. Life is easy with the Ekosiisen mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan NPP, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ekosiisen mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ekosiisen. Get promise.
Sika Osei chat Nedi. Ebusiafo Sika quick cash mega jackpot na sabe biemo. Na fidie a Mother's Day special edition. 25,000 Ghana cedis mechre enipa ba ku bia de 5,000 Ghana cedis na be kofio. Enipa num na sa nipa numi. Ubeyu maami aka ho. Nya mamu weekend getaway a salt life. Wono maami airport shele. I was so Gakope Beach Resort. Chawenum. Yesu a wase we need 5,000 Ghana cedis. Inti abusia ya metro on say obe dial star 281 hash where to see option 6 ticket bia aye 10 Ghana cedis. Jumedi be koso efiada 9th May 2025 4 p.m. sharp ka OPD any tomato kumho abo mo de sa live draw yi bro wo tro koso kayo woni pa ba ku bia de 5,000 Ghana cedis na ekofie no we are one ne maame so akọchele asa di eguso wey agisiko sika quick cash mega jackpot so and abenya sa chedie enti we your friend don download and you won't film dial star 281 hash choose option 6 na grab your ticket bia your 10 Ghana cedis he wo so a wo to dodo no wo stand the chance a wo be wini eno ntino osuati Adum FM Insura FM Asempa FM Hit FM Nature Adum TV na de also hu bia no eho ene de update no ebeguo Mother's Day we and ma me flowers ipo man a lifetime experience I was so Gakope Beach Resort na sawi ni sika efa ka ho no be dawase sika quick cash mega jackpot sha lady Adum TV iya wazoye kaise sika NLA any characters platform insa eshase
China for Mama Bonsu na 31st May 2025 there. Woman fa ko wa na sawara. 31st May. Asempa from UCF Sunday. So favorite club chase me show to my community night. Tia Havana Pub and Restaurant. Tia Havana. I want the na ye camp on my shop UEFA Champions League final no. I was Kim Bambala so na sele nyumia ne club drum ya shabono. Agudi ahoto ne achedi pi ne bekoso. 5-a-side soccer, arm wrestling, basketball. Etc. Ani chedi be show favorite Asempa from Adum family Adum TV presenters nina. Ya no be try for yam yesu sumansa. Anyam to forward also be pass it through. Entikayo Asempa from UCF Sunday. Saturday, 31st May 2025. Our Tea Havana Pub and Restaurant. And no pan crony associate. Home Miraya Young Point. Essence you find an area must continuous. Live commentary Asempa FM and Adum FM. So we cross Soccer bet. Your best bet for sports bet at TCL. Inspire greatness. DSTV. Asempa 94.7 FM. Jibumwa, Yenambabia, Yen Ebu filling stations at Say ultimate sport show. Obasati Kawasita 105.9 FM. Takurade. Say fire for fire and so. Yet don't our Chiwa 102.7 FM. Fire Pantanas 105.9 FM. Takurade. Ekosiisen to them. Wakam FM 85.7. Salaga Storm 101.9 FM. Sunyane Anidaso FM 101.5. Japeko Riasi 95.7 FM. Winchi Royal FM 104.7. Winchi Cruise FM 96.9. Akumada Time 105.3 FM. Offenso Adansi 98.9. Asante Achimagogo Bankam Radio 95.1. Jukwa Afima Radio 103.3. Koforidia Asida 105.9 FM Takurate Ochiami 99.7 FM BBA 9JFM 90.3 Edra Today's Radio 101.7 Edra Kesni Radio Tamale Uko FM Tepa Fosu FM Asin Fosu and IBMO FM Tikopo number 1
Asempa FM 94.7. All talk, all day.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM Obinebano Biba Obibo Biba Obi Isempana Obinebano Biba Ekosiisen Bonsu our Asempa de brane mama Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedi ya so a wotie no ma yenamu nyina ase ne ensan mama kwaba emfa momra Asempa FM so medidi osai Bonsu from Obi make say nana ya achempem jantoa presidential staffer ewo studio ha sound so and Richard Ahiagbaye director communications for the NPP ewa ha omoboa yemi ede yen komono abremo as we do on holidays na ya mostly you wrap up 6 p.m. Enti nana ya chempem jantoa mede obesha ase ye wo 30 minutes or 15 minutes everything our person can fasi se CJ nsem na obeka na wasem fofo
so do the blame me nuase se dia na person ye kan 30 minutes you be so na dia asem odi wadi nyina ye
15 minutes won kon nsem me na person kan
you cross some kan say be 20 minutes na de kan
emu de hen
the obeka fa CJ hu me ne ye oti
Richard Ahiagba
me de minim ne din
check ka be chair 20 minutes
Nana na say on CJ ne Ghana Bar Association nsem nya obetuma ka bom 15 minutes won timi fanka
there been a 6 o'clock intina me free me fie metena
when they say oba for Dominic who don't know
sao
and now oba so aba be hwe yenim see who watch
anyu nim say anu ntia
who watch yes 90 on the CJ why do you think say what is happening here right
mami we yankasa mpacho me fanche emma eyi otiefo ne wahwe from Facebook na me fa nchi ama wekese wo Ghana nyina ene eyi mede o ma ho de om de ejuma emma Ghana etumpon onyame enhyira wo
amen
na me fanche asoma
Asempa FM
o ma me ne o mo Jubilee House ebi ba ko a odi kan Colonel Abdul Bashir Isa ono military attaché MA to the chief of staff military advisor ono so na ohwe ho bibia yehia bia no so open office open bibia ko ka kire no ono so na ebehwe ama ntene Colonel very hard working astute disciplined military man me introduce na ma ntino emusume na me chief of staff me chair his excellency mama na me chair Dr. Kalistus mama ye friend say asem eda ho no minua ni hu adi me kan baby me come sister station ba ko me kan say ye ma commentary ni nyina nsizi ni ma process na intake what I say because the NPP for ye is not good for the woman obi aka say as if say aye political na me feel say maybe omo na she ni kutu pane ma oyeye no enu nti na omo feel guilty as if say so omo gina homa demonstration mo kwa so fa so ni say yes obi the petition aba na so kuta constitution one article 1466 ni nti e de be na wo ho obi the petition aba yes say petition no nipa de ba nipa no obi eni ho di petition tia na otena na konya so because why the petition net ya no tena wakonwa so a you have the tendency say obeye den odo won sabekọ akoka evidence and ebinti say on step aside suspension obi anka say asake me suspension na yenti committee ni nhwehwem eno no so mu dibue omo efa omo ho ben
to say time no petition about na konwa so she was still easy while going through the process no
na dey na no oye
Osei
this na no oye dey say mo say yenti be compare to no constitution ne ka say
no, I just said, okay, General Civil, the petition back.
And that's
why I gave that example.
Yeah, but I'm saying, won't mean to Charlotte to the Nankasa, and say, now, dear Moya, no meaning saying, into Mutimuno, no more Ankasa, no Mutimuno, Bomopo. Because they knew what they were doing wasn't good. They were no more treating Charlotte, no meaning saying, New had until the young pie almost I know because will be or no, what, yeah, then what they one now say elections a mile. What was one fan can try say obey calculations at it one tries to obey manipulate the idea was so now I said the nakosi in need into all no mutim a common and said na you your friend is a lawyer no okay bibi oh me finid me and my brother no lawyer friend lawyer ye
aye
adomako be was in near year before na so make sure say o munye bibio Niama NPP for year and woman try. Now I mean why the country omu feel say ye mami obi person or ye no boni. Obi otimi stripping Ghanaians of our citizenship. So say birth certificate ehun hia.
Enyo no.
Na hwan
It is the Supreme Court.
Na enyo no na
a panel.
Whatever panel not
collective decision.
Collective or not no ade no nko anka say there be. Omu nyina because it's the best the bia be ko bia eno madam for be wo London. Oka James ade ba ko a ono ko MPP ni wo se ade ba ko ha no ne side decision eno so na nche me asem me figure IPAC the ko IPAC limited registration ye ka say ECM limited registration we electoral area that is the CI na omko your district near the ade court because that is the only place if you see benya redress for our constituents. My miss who betina ke ye be opening statement be or wa journey case or so betina case so on my date that registration be we no my date.
It's not fair to be personalizing no. Supreme Court decisions when she was not sitting as a sole judge.
I am
but mostly they sit as a sole judge on interlocutory applications.
Me
for substantive ways they cannot do
me pacho me bisa say when the on easy wears the head that lies the head that wears the crown. One day penyimu ho nti bibi koso a ono no nim se be ni say ana se be ni say yan ka third one yan personalize bibi a o me normally masem ne ba me tigina ka ana na mame we de minti nyina ka me nka o ba foforo bi anka be hu ma tie gina na nka maka me ade a me chiri wo ba ho ne aniamo ho oba se wo be ye aniamo ho ya ma position the way kro ye nanim
na ya ozo se me na
Asempa na mka kira wo no hwe ye ko Pentecost convention so be kaya
Pentecost Convention Center National Development
Dialogue
yes
so kai me ko hobi the picture na be to ho no na nya picture obi ye you obi chiaw ukura se wo mpanipa na hu anim kura hwe mu na wo wetiko emura wo anim twe wo hu ani a wo de hwe Excellency Mahama asise wo kura na afri hin na de asem na abomidin wantimi anya abotire muna netiko omura no wananim
na grounds for the removal
anya grounds obi na petition aba no me ne maami we yanka Excellency me maka no baby me Excellency Mahama baaye na because me mpe no ena me mpe na nimu ahwe ena me hu no kura me ntimi fa me mu na ehye makoma mu no enkometiko me de ba manim nti no nka me kura nka me pem baby afa nti me ye me wanwampo but obi the petition aba say ABCD me nim be petition no because obi anfa petition ne meto abontin say nie de ho nya speculation nti ni pe wo o ma hwe mu na ye Council of State a wo mo na ye nkrofo o ma advise president o ma hu say ehu hia say SSC yɛte committee ni ehwehwem ɛde ebe na yɛ bɔne wɔ ho committee yɛte mu hwehwem mu asɛm no ɛyɛ bɔne obi anya bɔne obi antomra nti obi biara ɔte awɔ ka bi no ɛsɛ so ɔpɛ so yɛ mischievous obi atomra se yɛ kasa wa wia pencil crampa pencil yɛ 1 cedi na se yɛ nhwehwem mu ɛsɛ se yɛ hwehwem nti obi dim de petition no nti petition no ɔmo se ɛsɛ se yɛ timi hwehwem ade yɛ konyanya petition yɛ kwa hwehwem ti de be nti na dede ɛde be nti na MPP fo wɔn akukura de we asoa otima se a wɔn de nam a wɔn bɔ wɔn ho samrani wɔ kurom ha such a what is their interest maame no a card bearing member and also a women's organizer of MPP or a card bearing member and also a women's organizer a dear bentin woman near Bri because it mean who be though so a summer fam home but me de met me a can say bibia mammy ye be a young Ghana for your nini hono and your woman a shade kutupa into they feel guilty because yes I don't see so all my parties are bombs or more demonstration. Mofa parties abom near my papa is excellency mahama ye mofa partisan things and to China mumbe support and wutie you honorable kwamne Japan yes so say me tie nya me church near ma wutie no work about national issues say Ghana betimi akoye nim say ye betimi aye social protection ono say nipa bi say ane ana ye mwanwa so omko PMPP
kwamne Japan
that is the point say nipa say papa say no ma anto aba ama no Oma anto aba ama no so omo mpe no omkoto aba ma obi foforo ene omo ne sesi amto omo ni hweye oma ye board uti ase ote ona ye board da utimi ke cancel bi esu ni mfa so because omo nya board and kombe kwa koye demonstration oma ye board asem we form ho ben ma me na na sem da oye na nado
omo ye de save ye judiciary
de be judiciary no mu disi ade judiciary omo yare bibia kan omo yesi nipa ba akopɛ de yenkonkon hwehwem bo na ebi nsi da shiraje omunye independent why woman be Lamte Loretta Lamte na ne brother kwa mini na wo GIPC Leonardo Lamte ono sa wa anko through it a Charlotte say anko through it na Charlotte say institution ne kura very very important organa ha because ono no decide say we peace and I see any peace. What I say, to abandon near man koya a honor the problem ba. Supreme Court they say ono Asempa na man wo be kabi.
Onye just Supreme Court justice or a chief justice
of the chief justice
of the third arm of government.
Onim so a chief justice or ye fair. And ye near mani bi oye no the ref in ho. Say Ghana elections no etimi kwa bia.
That's where you are making a mistake.
Why am I making a mistake? Because anka
a panel of judges. Why don't you understand
this? Or a panel of missing why na ye penny. Bibia wiase bia penyimu and they decide they say A B C D E. I didn't say person more absorb on
there are panels are on their chair. But even the judgment, she doesn't write
but them. I am saying
they elect another person.
I am saying it's a minia as if see we are say bibia koso. Bibia koso ye de a me kan obi dio e yo no ankasa ene na ati akonwam yes our can say ye be kan asem no ye hwehwe date a wa hye ne da just eno kra ye insult da ye be wi election no de a hye date me refi date no eno nipa bi so ye say out of Ghana major registration 18-year-old se ne nkrofo a wo mu ayeden woman to me and register before near the umbe register. Ye dia ko baby difficult for them to get to the destination. Yes, can wasem. So them yes, can wasem. Ye dia bro can wasem my we are the highest of the can wasem my. But petition there by and nkrofo na ya panel or ye the petition abeti obi. One na ye head until ye the petition ye tiano. Petition na ye tiano ye say about some of the judgments or ye na. Mimi hunu.
The other top public media about judgment.
And they say about
Supreme Court here or not.
But if I obi ho meti bibi.
Absolutely.
Into no I didn't know on see a beshim. See a corners and your name. Me no na me one. Obi a shishim. That's a who so one.
What's up
before Juma? Suspension be anywhere and suspended that. Otimasi, Mimiko Yoko. mi ko CID mi ko BNI ya loko mi ko ni nyina bi nya nam na ote o ti ba say aha into no me when the reason why MPP for yes sir aso ma bo hu bi say emema kora edi omko BNI na omu dwane nso ma ya kɔ hɔ aba o ti ase ya du yesu obi ma akɔ face mo mema katachie mo so mo nkɔ face ye edi ebe nti na mo mu dwane de bia na mo me na democracy nti o pese o ye de opɛ nti obi make us also oba nti oba kokum nipa ma ayi nka no that is what I'm saying mo si makoka oba committee ayi a committee medasesi e beka say e man slota and as e beka so onko free the fact so your oba na nkyere se wo ye bibia me nka yen show bi abahye boni okurum ha. The point is that on one kasanenu wasem was no matter the noises you make, yes. The law is the law. It's the law. Sure. Into the year Kenya law asem ne ken. 146 me lawyer ni minko school them ni degree bia. 146 clause 6 in the constitution. What does it say? The ya bwana lawyer for nchire mu ye bia chire mu sa ade na ho pefe. Ade minima de konti ankofo nya predetermined mind say ye koyi maame no. Ada waye boni bi ne enim. Waye boni bi ne enim ana esi ye koyi. Ne na wa bua wo hofo. Wa bua wo hofo. But obi anka hwe yes ko suspension. Ni enhwehwe asem. Ko suspension me hwehwe asem so adabraka. Akoye buoi. Akoye asem kese. Amenu nti say the whole Ghana yes you call demonstration. Otimase because ye hwehwe asem no mu wie ma wo meka ase asem na wo hwehwe ma wo de to ho no emunye wan judge ni ye wo outcome ni nye ye starting process no mpo edie be na MPP fo suro inti o mo pese ye be kosa asem bui mu elisi nya interrogate. There's nothing, nobody is above the law. There's nothing wrong. You see, we can put the mu anfo. What's about almost why do mo ko bi na na mo nya hwe. What about what my do the national security and no munye? What about those ones?
Criticism from the MPP
and no crime mudin because
I'm a stakeholder in the governance of our
country. I'm a stakeholder in the woman's career
country. Criticism what is happening now looks like a premeditated action. The idea abeyi ewo position idea na madwen ho dada say mo beyi assume is here ntimi ne adwuma be pekwan bi yi na free ho and that is what is playing.
They say omo yesu say yes. Omo yesu say yes omo ye prophet omo hwehwe nkrofo akomam.
In some day o can be.
There be na menti bi there na akasa aban ya na adwene say wo yesu say ya wo hwe obi akomam. Obi adwene a wo dwu himfa na his excellency Mahama koyo oba obeka so obi yi maame no. Kama minti.
No say obe reset judiciary.
And e ka say reset judiciary I don't chese ye ba be yi obi. Inti ye buy no petition they say petition be amai yes petition ba so say ni say ni e be ye no enye no ano no petition e mai ana ene ya sorry say ye be yi no obi akasa asem na is very unfortunate so obi aye na dwen say predetermined premeditated as if so obi aye na dwen so obe ye no bone so ka so obe research judiciary no ne chese o ba be yi ma okay research judiciary judges aka no mu ni ho justice bafo bone nye one ma me ne wo.
Yes.
Now then you very certain you be en free hona maame no krote wono one transfer nkrofo one suspending nkrofo madam for bako justice anoche no ye case bi o transfer no
so na more appointing new just one nominate new justice to the Supreme Court.
Debi boni ana
am so be balance judiciary.
I am saying say boni o ma o ya appoint o ya chura NDC will be anim ya chura obi say ye boni dia na NDC ka ho. Yam train this will be any omo ye Ghana for omo ye qualified I appoint omo so be ko parliament nyesa.
Yes.
Inti parliament so be hwehwe omo nsemu nyesa. This omo ensem fata de be ne besi. Si emfa ma omo. Ana yes inti ye de mra na ekasa. Ye nyira ya ko true da o. Ye de mra na ekasa inti se mra da ho a na se chewa na chew anchew susu a inti na se so obi a will lead your life in a certain way. So wa ba mu a will lead your life in a certain way. See a poster. Will lead your life. Remember, say, ye nyina ye nipa baako. Ye nyina ye Ghana for. Baby asem ne dano. Na wo de ato. De ni ho no. Na wo ye free ho. otimasisi e ma ba bia eso utimi ebu asema ubu asema eso utimi ye fair. The judiciary should be very fair. Because the bank says, see, one microphone on no one motivated no being cassa, meaning so more men, meaning so more courageous, meaning so more ma, and need to know meeting me a drew on. Who has come up to say, said the Ekosiise, one will be clear bossy. Or more bosses see. I am you are more dead. Sort of massive, but won't me make into almost bosses see no one who nipa only another more about Bianca be man within or no one second this MPP for. Outsiders.
Oh, now say officers of the court, Akasa.
Officers of the
no, we have the lawyers, officers of the court. Ghana Bar Association, Akasa.
Customers, Ghana Bar Association, CC. Ghana Bar Association, when the lead you into all time, Charlotte says one for a member. And I shall say Asempa or Mamma Casa. Charlotte says Asempa and so Charlotte a member. I'm on your member.
I should think.
Why a lawyer?
Yeah, and your lawyer be a member.
But a member, yes.
She's a member.
What's my sister say any time I try when you member, me barb now a member.
Obani a lawyer.
I a lawyer, or a member. So the man since I did no two legs good 4 legs, but will be dear by a dear. One can be a man, will be dear by the my press conference. Charlotte say Asempa will be going to them, Nipaconi each them Mr. Bar Association, but condemn me. Now, mamma accepting. Charlotte said, dear by Bar Association, dear Ben normal kind. Everybody in this country was quiet. I didn't mean mammy with you. Now Charlotte join your bow a bema. Charlotte or a bema. Mrs. Ya champion, Miss me a bema. Into a banner a tie near. It's okay. A binum so the only a ma. It be a ma CB. And this are.
Nana champion Jantua and Yetin and Kano and Nana was so many questions are here answers. But we say Obi, from the spirited defense of the action of the president on the action of the president to remove the Chief Justice, it means it's a done deal. So therefore, all those speaking against that action are working in vain. By the way, when Nana Jantua and the NDC were defending Charlotte Osei, was she Charlotte Osei also a card-bearing member of the NDC? Sampine, former mayor.
Sampine, now we're here. And I am to a we occupy a beat and cancer. Now, me Kaisa, you know, Kaisa will be push a demonstration against for a Charlotte. Was there a demonstration for Charlotte? They should, I mean, being pulling me a journalist. Was there a whole spirited argue a year for Charlotte? Because on the one way free, one way board, or Munyashin yet. Nango be those days no ye froko ha ne afra wako ha ye froko ha ne afra wo benya adaja kwa demonstration
ora na ye adwuma
ora na ye adwuma nko benya kwa demonstration because e chinachi wo court we e china wo BNI e chinachi wo ha sei wo nipa ba ku etimi sekule binum ko BNI 50 times e bi ko yoko 70 times ye binum timi ko tena ho from anopa to anwume na wo ti yoko a wo kwa demonstration. All our name argument in Omenya Daja who didn't quite a demonstration. Ye fresh Roman come back a demonstration.
Nana ya Jantua the attending Kano. Richard Ahiagba. Oh, Pacho, my intio.
Pacho, I mean, Richard, so stable when you accident. Yeah, number bomb pie man. And then I answer what the kind of Richard, you may pronounce him or a catchy. Fine, just when you know ye, baby, or warning young in the say this one will call baby. I won't go NDC. Ah, it's on your catchy come and say there's some guy in this walk.
And this is Fatano more.
But why I am because I was worried about him.
Nanaya,
the friend I mean,
Nanaya, you. Obi. Nanaya, a very strategic power.
The new church, and near my church, it's a Mr. who knows.
Because it's
who knows who
I'm a poor, but the Nadia may fire young foreign to Chayasa. I cast more in here Ghana. Obi, yeah, Papa, Obi, Mati. I say only Obi. Yes, only Miss Nanaya. Or reduce your seminal to the barest minimum. What said up? Nanaya, they need the hopper and warrior the oye. Obi.
In a guardian coming some in the world.
Asema abane ya asem kese. O dey say, they are buying tia anaya ene me bonabaso president ehu nedwuma waye ene edwuma obetumi aya abo na aban no waye ne presidential staffer. Me bonabaso. But the intia abane sa ne say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama we need democratic election. I won here say so protect sa democracy no. But no what is him? Also say sa democracy. Also no. As a medical kind democracy no ni 9 years already no here legislature no omajiafa speaker ono president Mahama and the nominated speaker will be to be uncontested and is for million pass and for person contest here but the ama e papa bagbe and on any ejuma nti the obeka no the ejuma nti oba 9 years no legislature no so abedin side and was the akapa judiciary no obi we lawyer unim the power of judicial review and not maintaining the balance, the check on the legislature and the executive said they will operate within the bounds of the constitution. President Mahama said and no naka only so control to be ye and no chief justice if you now no the chief justice aba now if you make boom now to me in abedin side why friends a philosopher king not the obekano legislature mon question na munye ni say judicial mon question na munye say e democracy obi enye baako for dia omanya omo 10 omo govern Ghana ene Ghana nya omo dia omo yem prem omo nse no dia me sister kai ena ye pese demonstration dia ya nya demonstration na ye Ghana bro na chiri ma omo bai na edi omo bro dia omo dia ba Ghana omo pese omo yi and I want to know no mass also
demonstration is useless. The president is following the dictate of the constitution. Obi
I mean Kasim we should settle once and for all. Issue way is not about constitution. Constitution is an instrument. Our more fast achieve their political motive. President Mahama Kai no more call NDC form says September sometime 2023. Or could she NDC for lawyer for catch room? Yes, I think I call some boss if I be no catch room. Oh no, down in his I didn't know say, or one person more park court no nyakwanya, but park court with NDC lawyers. Someone go school, or money law, no mumbra, no bow, baby, because opposition to me, or nya to me, or no bay. Ampara, or nya to me, and lawyer, and now who. Prekupe 7 chief justices for appeals court to the Supreme Court. At a go. Nana, what a mission tree, inti can only masama makamisi prekupe, inti mfanya brofusam. There be as one mekan oti, prekupe no wallet. 7 ABC that. There be that, and I want 20. There be, and yana my message, Michi lecturer, anti tobo. Oh, yeah, I know quite a senka on bachelor. And a whole bachelor. Obi, Prekupe 7. As my can say, President Mahama, what is the hurry? Okay, on the General Secretary, near me, bra Fifi Kwete. I catch the NPP say, huh? Appointment at Nanado Danko it's a 2 chief justice appeals court judge or person who Supreme Court. Catch yourself, you were enough justices are to me dealing with judicial issues. General Secretary of NDC. Emma, sa appointment no, it didn't go through. Until now when you are 7 until nano you kai me back to bo. Ayena approval ekomwa obi. Sa appointment here omaye obi. Even it doesn't correspond with the appropriate structures, a system as so fast, yes, appointment. The executive secretary to the president, yes, I do. You said that's not the process. Oh, yeah, that's not the process. Base Tobo. The president has stipulated the process to make those appointments. Yeah,
now I'm nominated to the Judicial Council.
Yes. No problem. But I just say it should be the other way around. They say it will emanate from then and you refer. For them to be able to do that. But let's not litigate the process. Let's not litigate the process. The substance, argument I see here. But no, it's not the matter. They say the matter is a political issue.
Okay. Which one is this? Okay.
NDC, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Esinkete say they will pack the court. And they will declare catch rain. He will pack the court. Now all parking court, you know. Oh, Jaya Samaya can. They will pack the court with the primary motive. Obi and now Obi catcher will say this is about law. Catcher and say Unjai non koda. Law is good, but we no politics na lead idea no na the answer open here na
constitution
no problem me ma open software come ma na hwe ni 146 na mo ka asem na mo trim obi
yes
idea ye hunu I see a car na ye save this for the public unless you say Ghana for you beka say your democracy empa say you be protect am I chirima John Dramani Mahama any NDC for Sinkete this packing of the court what is it about President Mahama take steps bia or they undermine your judiciary with one singular objective ombra me country say no kure no kasa no kure na nyina ya tie ho ase what I say one oyi chief justice me no ka say petition na ne pro so a and I said that the table so a call for the removal of friends saying EC chairs no 3 petitions at the table so now, share the article 146 na minister akinkan ya open Google akinkan. Obi. It says the president is just what? A transmitting agent.
A conveyor belt.
Simply.
Yeah, for the
ECD. For the ECD. Yeah. I didn't think that petition received here as far back as January. And one fan come a Chief Justice. Now belated one year waje about Chief Justice already. And they all take all 2-1 amount. First question. Number 2, Obi. Yenim say, NDC for Bagaze, Nana Yabagase, but yenim. Obi. NDC is Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And to call the Baba Mankasa Party mu or the Baba Ghana Hano, a Subimbada. Now ye Jano no, yes, idea we are. Ghana a democracy no. You best say no poto. President Mahama, you are Junibi, share and I'm more to be seen now. And he said, Opetetem.
And there's speculation.
Baobi.
Let it become official and then we can.
By that time, it'll be too late.
It will not be fair to impugn those motives to the president.
Let it be my politics. Let it be our politics.
Say politics now.
Asema na temu we do na Ekosiise. Na nya ha ne ye wono ma suspend. Tobo. Na ya ka kire ze ye ntwen na committee ni ye na djuma. I share Supreme Court Chief Justice Assembly. Ye we na committee ni de ba say ye ne dia. Na sera too late. There be because ye who say boni plan na ekoso ade ne ye ntra ho. Oh Master Tobo. Ye dey na ye tra ho ama ade na say ye we na afi ye be di hu chinye. Ye di hu chinye se ya because ade ekoso no ye dim. GBA for akasa o say ye nko na ye ka. GBA for akasa say sa ade ye president why ye Sisano, my Chief Justice and Koen Juma.
Omune money order.
Because a man or mocha. What I say, no, your politics, no more children, man. I said, yes, number 2, there be man, it's not just literal like that. But what I say, Obi number 2, and the organized labor. I catch the president say, proceeding with caution. Because they are already banned, or they say democracy, no, a man, a queen, a president. Obi, I said ya wotie dua so na wo twa sa dua kro no a ade na o yesa President Mahama peso onya tetem na the idea is this Obi tie
Obi maninya asemika
meka na ono hwe Obi meka akwa kosi say president meka kire say nye no no pe because anamo otu nyina kire say bebi a wo kwa koduro no but
that would be a fair call on the president.
No, but say
calm on no abeka say I say when you no cry no can no make us say no cry. I mean, why would you proceed on that?
Debbie,
say person yeah, he would communicate to the guy.
But anyam raso so yes sir. O nya on to me nya sa adwene kura me kan kire yen. Ye pese mani hu say sa adie no member so anamo otu no ekọ sa. Obi na we do ye kasa say questions are to me bisa me to lead me to a corner. Now me who say wo corner do me kwa I have to retract. I have to find a way to move out of that or the year ko baby ye hu. Now, if as a political party, if as a people, yen to me share a chile and as a share nimu who there will be a leader to. Now, what is our value as a political party, as an opposition, as a people? Hobby, and we are preempting the steps now all taking. And I will be soja. No the party so no share so gum. Now we share the panel and I'm to who say obey. fufuo na obey abom so de banche besi so won to men ka so obey o betuma ka so obey fufuo se wie na okowe banche ne sa no ya mpese na owe a baka se bade nyina no no nwe aduane anamo papa de tuo no kire se oko baby opportunity article 62 is subject to interpretation. That no person try. Say so no nya I didn't obi na general secretary Asempa fifi kwete Asempa kire yi. So we have enough justices on the bench to deal with judicial issues no. 20 near the kwai on bed 20 prekupe what dey serve account ye wi a obo confirm mu wi a 20
there are close to 300 active cases at the Supreme Court.
No problem.
The argument can be made say omu here more
obi and no asema make I want it and no here no general secretary NDC kachere say we have enough 13 here 50 kwete kachere say 13 here wo ho no kura no more than enough ntime afa bi nka ho na de achi na mo de 7 prekupe atego
na mo de 13
there be asem na ka no uti hwe mo de 7 prekupe aka mo pro mo akwan ye ka kire wo say obi let it be known to all Ghanaians say what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is doing is that he is preparing the court for a certain interpretation of Article 62 to say we are president now asaba when you who can say osakobio that's what he wants so that we can rest our minds because we will not allow today, we will not allow tomorrow for our constitution to be messed with. Obi Ebra 1992 May sometime 1992 you lifted ban for political party activities in this country. Ghana the spirit of the country came alive. Now and then yet na obi be say your democracy. Guinea Kona credency. NSC ya military for be two Alpha Conde. The NSC is because the man amended the constitution for his own purpose. Menoti Cote d'Ivoire is sitting on tenterhooks because President Nana Mwa 2 years. The country is not at peace. Their democracy is shaky, very, very shaky. Now Ghana, no, as the black star of Africa, yeah, and Trainba Ubim Bayesa, me yesi, and the democracy in Yabrepa, and the demonstration, say, I need the demonstration, not NPP. We are not worth our salt because we are Democrats. We believe the rule of law must work, and the judiciary, they are the guardians of the rule of law.
But don't you think, sir, to also get a particular message, a bit ginger mu base not to come out in the youth created this conspiracy theory and a president person or third term and a person ma onya interpretation to Article 62 and na oya sa ni na ama MPP ni bi ti o no ti a o si yey e was some join the demonstration and na mo this sad story about to me
Obi
so man person or third term where is that coming from?
Obi it is better to be safe than sorry.
To be sorry.
Mati, the business of opposition, constructive opposition, is to engage and advocate. And yen ejuma ye no. For Ghana. And political parties are who the same visions are join no. Now only me say omudi agrana. Ghana ye wo say no. NDC for FM. Then ekoso. And throw omudi abeji oman ye omudi so. Then ekoso.
First 120 days promises no more.
Masa omo achieve 40% of ade omo kan ekrampo. Hwe me no sa social contract omudi abeyi. So man chivu a beer almost obi. How serious is this? Say in the next 100 days I'll appoint all my ministers. 14 days up. Minister I no onya list cry nipa be ministers answer obe president. Na no cry na onya serious. Nti we nye contract be a all council. O just say. Yeah, kasa also be 24-hour economy e wahin. Obi e wahin.
Almost say policy document ne beba.
Oh massa. Okay, so for 2025 adieno emba budget they say 2025 ember because a new budget in the policy neighbor now almost pay juma now policy now medi policy paper now medi almost started cash idea we say a game changer obi catch us idea a game changer tell say idea no and no na a bar wa brabo besesa it is the what can I say it is the essential matter is the catalyst of the Omobabe. Into the 24-hour, Oko manifesto Duma, almost say the 24-hour economy will anchor their fiscal policy. And when he anchor no way, anchor not any policy. I nyambaye. Nanka yeti and they say budget in the bano na anchor no. Into budget na ba anchor no way. Jina just a budget no is not anchored. Domoka no manka sa bro for mutre no. Enti na papano. He's our sasemi na 2024 can be said that papa no me can be that but then I'm saying no one by say I'm the Holy Spirit is leading me to say that you know Nana I don't take it personal papa no I na dwene say or person or say democracy only because he say or person or go third term obi can some way to say no krenye ya ni ya kofa bibia ba ene ye si ayento ye pese ye ti every president and ye Ghana for ono na ye nyina say select ye mire ya anto aba man NPP for but dudu ono ato aba man no so mbe ye mampeni enti se bibi mu bibi ha ye na ye ntiase a ese ye bisa no ye ntiase eni na namo a wo tori ye ntiase ne say o keka akodum pepenso bi a obepese Supreme Court all parking no omo fa interpretation bin branch say the 2 consecutive term, no, it is when you are going continuously. So what breaking out baby you are, it doesn't count until you have the right to go again. Yeah, and constitutional. It says it is clear in its meaning, its spirit, it BBR. So if it is not clear, Krana, we are telling the Supreme Court that Mahama Parking say we will not allow for any attempt whatsoever. We will die rather than allow for that to happen.
No, but if judges properly properly empaneled on the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice will do his job in empaneling judges for a particular matter before the court. Having been seized with all the argument from both sides, now omodi the true and proper interpretation of that article ba na favor moi what your...
We will not take it. We are the people.
Then you go for it.
We will not go for any review when you know the panel that is put there right now. No, one of the key things that the judiciary is going to suffer on a Monday, no, will submit a petition to them to stand and defend their own integrity. The attempt by the government and the president to invalidate them. What would breed is that the public will not have confidence in the judiciary. Because the Chief Justice now is Excellency John Dramani Mahama Babano. We will not have confidence in him because he will become a political poodle of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Because what
also, then every other Chief Justice is
more lawyer for the Kamobrofubi.
Yes, you can say.
At the end of the day, if they succeed in doing this, we'll resist it from now till whenever. But if he succeeds because he wants to be brute about it, we will ensure that NPP will not cooperate with them in any effort to amend or to review any aspect of the chapter on the judiciary, such that it will remain, Article 146 will remain like this, so that the signal will be sent once and for all that any Chief Justice's term is coterminous with the president. If that's what they are bringing, we will sit and do that fairly. What we are saying is that our democracy must not suffer because one person wants to be the president of this country 3 times. 3 times. The idea.
Okay.
Now wrap it up.
Yes.
And he say, this fourth Republican democracy must survive. It must survive. In our generation, we must hand this to our children as a legacy. Yem primo biambe yene kwasasa. Yem pre emo biambe yene di ope. Yem primo bin kase wenya 50 plus 1B. And wabe president entino say no Ghana any dia yantie. Ghana belongs to the generation yet unborn. For us, I'm talking a minimum threshold. What I say, President John Dramani Mahama, I love him, I respect him, I think he's well intentioned, but baby that intentional even if it's my idol, I disagree with him vehemently, and will step on the street on Monday. And we are calling on all Ghanaians, Obi, best rest media from the boy, because idea kano said democracy no harmony ho. Obi, oh sorry, na nye democracy ni womwa. Now bet now mark here. What to one ya say kawe. Okay, ye ni apeni kokubako.
Yeah.
Fifth Kwesi Pratt ni Omaka. Shit bombing them all over the place. The media was controlled. The media did not have a voice except what the government want to communicate. If you want to remember Traha expressive view and cassette say Ghana ni say Ghana and say Ghana means so much say Ghana be ye ND. Yes, sir. President Mahama Ediye come back to those dark days because we the people will resist. And you say, more media for Monkaya home. Monday, Mombra, not only with your camera, but Mombra Mekaya home, they demonstrate to send the signal once and for all to Nanaya. Achempem Jantua. No who say Jubilee House now it is because of democracy into alcohol. Momon koho, ama mure fi omo ho, enko ye bibi, enkyere say democracy ya there be tell me fa so afre end is for nyina. Omo emba kura no omakuma mu no they should demonstrate against His Excellency the John Dramani Mahama. Say be say democracy no na yen twema.
Richard ahi agbani ate and can I'll come back to Nana na afi maybe I do 5 minutes each. I'm sorry, but before that, and at the May Day parade, TUC General Secretary General Ekasai, here are excerpts. Take a listen.
Organized labor has been following events surrounding your suspension of the Chief Justice. We have read bits and pieces of the petition seeking the removal of the Chief Justice. Mr. President, organized labor is gravely concerned about this development. Mr. President, this process you have just begun set the country and our democracy on dangerous slippery slope from which we may not recover. We advise, Mr. President, that you hasten slowly and cautiously on this matter. Your decision on this matter will be consequential for our democracy.
Asempa FM.
Nanaya, what's the organized labor? Secretary General.
Secretary General said, okay, it's not the decision of the president. Because Mekaya at the end, the committee will decide to be
absolutely.
So it's not the decision of the president.
Yeah, but the process has to start.
But we have to go through the process, right? But because only say right, no, they are process. So I don't think organized labor some more kind ultimately, so will be on country committee, no, not pay crata so because you see, I don't see why, as I say, be above the law. I declare woman, as I say, you do so. So ultimately, I bear casa no say a friend is a president or by a third time. One casa Nakachem say decisions at the Supreme Court does not depend on one person.
Absolutely. So
in today, Bentina, I say a nuntino or person or you one person. Tenga bibia obeying Crawford no more nina. MPP some the Benny pa 13 koi. Say 14.
Over the 8-year period.
Over the 8 year. Nipa bet 13 and they are all there. We are in a free money, my minty 12 against 7.
So far, we share 13 President Kofofa
Bafoboni.
And President Mahama fa
Puaman the 2 no.
2.
Yes, on me I want to say you 2 for 11. 11 and the young 7. Even your fancy and for 2 equal mameka if any 7 no. And you're 9 against 11. How can you then say or per se or ye BB saying or this 7 echo? It doesn't make sense. Make one process see a far more judges, even other courts, no, because cases go out to me yet. So I say, as I see to me, even a upper east, so more one judge or one lawyer.
Lawyers, no, is
yes.
Yes. Do lawyers concentration work.
I work cry into me for some more cry. Into the point is that one person now will you know into no person or tenaso. How does that work? Well, what change you say or no or empanel, but one person no. And that be year Ben His Excellency Mahama obey me away because Nipot to say or acting the age saying by certain times so
into on free then the substantive.
But what? Okay, I'm funny.
He can also be made the substantive.
Okay,
so committee
he can be made as. Yes. But so I am saying, say even when I'm a person, I'm talking about age.
Okay.
Minimum age I want more. Is it 70? Minimum. It's even say immediately after him. Then the next one or yes senior one of MPP for appointees or what? Almost like as almost a man.
And follow
seniority. The next senior one should take over.
When in an acting capacity.
In an acting capacity.
The next senior.
Okay.
But getting a substantive.
But I'm saying so almost a number out number is excellence in the end. A calculation. You'd be back 9 against 11. 9 against 11 and I will say or person Nasuntina. It doesn't make sense. At the end, Obian for petition ma and Kayebe who bibi. Kobi and young woman is what now could see a certain time and you know a petition eba. It's a petition number. Nipana or 1 million committee near the constitution is clear. The committee will determine set on Kwanasa Wantna. It is not there, but me, use it for me, I'm for me, a comrade. But I mean, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Time I had Charlotte say coin. I didn't hear any one of them saying say Nanado Adia or Yenny. I didn't use it for no. At that time, I say I ban and I didn't hear any one of them say.
And yet, because they see the office of the Chief Justice as, you know,
the Chief Justice
there
have been a Chief Justice.
No, the
Electoral Commission is more important.
Not more than the Chief Justice.
No, I am saying that it is more important in our democracy.
It is important in the democracy.
But I am saying that without Electoral Commission, we cannot hold elections. Our democracy will not thrive. No. Supreme Electoral Commission, you are better.
It's a very important office.
Yes,
but not important than the Chief Justice.
No, in terms of hierarchy.
Sure.
Yeah. But in terms of operations and practice, the Electoral Commission is important. In terms of hierarchy, yes, Chief Justice is number 3. But in terms of operations and say a constitution, Bejina, she say I got twaba, Nessie ni easy papa, you bet me out a do maybe easy quiet calculation and a mass at the fashion, a DNC. And yes, let's see my court. Yeah, court, you could say, I'm on the Pancram, I'm a Bejina, a Yama.
Now we can law fidelity to the law.
I am saying, Papa Chebu, why ye fan away chili, but could be Shahwa no Aquaco Yinadiaba. Ye know only when self so protect you be. Yeah, that is it. Emrano hope blame Papa of the law is
Asempa FM.
You whip it where it goes. What did they make in here? When I say Buana, I don't know why man major your calculation. What I will announce election no. Send 5 times. Calculations
has been litigated.
And then litigation as I will MPP time litigate as a man coin.
And yes, it's easier. No, I'm all winning. I don't know. I'm all winning.
Can you imagine say easier? Political parties resource by Janedi.
That has always been.
No, but at the end, I didn't know. I hear about you or quite less you. Send you be a baby election to what didn't say, boy, you soon as a show say, or you say, it's a platform for him to show metal. Just for him to show metals or quite election. It's more shabby. And one didn't want to say, I don't call elections. They say one call. Your opposition. Debbie, one coalition, and never obey. Opposition. It is all person check for and say, Mobe Bamon to my men and them leading him. Maybe Coco General Secretary, maybe near that
contested bidder.
That is an American. Timeboa, send me my general secretary, then to be internet, I would pass all the call. There's what to me a choke where microphones obey me lead troops, and one way indeed, I now pay. Oh, evidently defending Ghana. I'm defending Ghana. How would the was open? General secretary did. They say, you watching into be a general secretary. I bet you need the why watching? Ah, yeah, many agency. Ni watching no
Kodia
no watching ni dey so be a bonachi me kwa me bonachi bi na dey na secretary
o president asem na aba dey ka ja Kodia no na
e be na president wo ko pa ko nya di
emre ni so dey so wo bi ka fa omoto ne ho and dey ka ne
dey be to
and MPP thank you toy
no and say
bonachi no
to no say egu e ba so
omugu so
omo hene
Is your more?
I think yes, it was still Shanty.
If I don't bet me, I could be.
Oh, yes,
you grandpa papa penny.
Almost started a Western.
Monsieur Uncle Siaga, a Canadian make us a who here. So, here.
Kennedy,
Japan make us a who here. Papa back, we have friends, and you could jump penny. What the papa said, dear Moy and who here no problem one. Well, Lucy election in Sembe Brady actually. Musimo thank you to. Who got tank and wine. Near my baby Bamudi ye Ghana for DDP and one pussy. Amudi ye my country ye one. A some crank a more cooked or some more pacho. A senka I beg you to.
Asempa.
Please forgive us to. Now one now got tanking for the ya two beds yamu ya says some first necessary yes some more politicians are necessary arrogance of power and that's when timu first in some tachimu base na moko pacho na ma pacho we ma be pagana for chow sese ni mesi atan ye ni mama ye ho akire ye ne pamo chow ba we attempted it but when timi ankani nyina because onu close so obakwa akoka anya sa dia ye no okay can be say 11 ho but when timi ankasa ye pacho because all you be born na pani chow na odi achew but we want timi pacho still am ye arrogant musti wona mo ye hukunkun se mo amunye muso so ya to abetiam parliament kra chese mo kra de mo miserable minority amudigu to se muntimi nya hwe mo hodo kra pon mo kwa chese kasa ni bi keke ti de bia kasa nkoa se o mo kasa me fu se hu hia so mbekọ to bia wo mo won se mo mu fie so o mo ka se so mutimi ni nipa ekasa okay omani Ghana for kasa epacho so I am surprised say ahiabati a work kasa on internal elections dey fine but external one need dey mudi abeye Ghana for am ani ehu time abeta ye ni ya no mo kasa kra ye chia ma de we amumu na kire ye mutimi nyinya amani
NPP for
na NPP for you omu nipa omu defending ni de oye ma me ne ya wa hwe ne pictures the way crow ye nanim kasa na ma me ne kosi sen
Asempa
Richard yes nana ya kasa say still na opposition
say
because they say they are kasa kasa say obi o abam
how
take responsibility
for the
sa brofo na mo ka ye na Ghana ha no na ye ni mu say all along
they be some ka dey
say mo akika na ye Ghana for say Ghana for say dia mo ye Ghana for na ye ka
Ghana for one person. One person in the whole Ghana should wait for a year. Get to talk on
Obi ka arrogance of power no more being kasa catching on arrogant. Oh, that's it. See, I know. Yes. What? Catch na arrogance of power. She mumana. Oh, my ankasa. Oh, there be. Now, what I want my crime kasa. Oh, obi an chantro hebiasa. Obi an kahe. Wasem na abani ye kana ompese ye be. Wasem abani ye kana de say. Tie asem no. Enne no. Asem asa o kana ye de aban na mo de abano a. Mo se mo ba COVID-19 levy mo be ye free ho. Ade de mu a mo hwe kwan se mo benya 3 billion efri mu mo nyin free ho ye adada ani se ona IMF for be ba na framework ni de aka brofo nkwa na aka ade no mo se mbeyi mu yi aden
ho asem ne ye kan na ye
mo asem ne ye kan mo aban mo aba mo di ntro aba be di Ghana so a mo kan kure ade a mo se mbeya mo nye no asem ne ye kan enti wo metra nka se na MPP nye aban mu ne MPP ni abamu kura na say we revise you note revise ya ma Jubilee House presidential diary ya ma obi fa next year note fufro adada speaking note o de kasa ye e de wini aba no of sam be kan no bio tobo
obi question obi say me was thank you
na ya be en kasa mo nei
obi say ni say
we ya no awie ma ne nkasa
ya be o de na
wa asema o kan na me na onya adwene afi na me yi wa no nti tobo obi on pet new diary presidential ono ya na mo wo mo print bebiri GB we staffer G be 3 or 4 na kaboso na ye new note na dia okasa ye e de ka ye campaign propaganda nyira ma mo ba ye no enya no bio tie me ba na enya no bio na say we use after you have to talk responsibly na kira ye say de enti a mo ka ye say mo ba galam say mo be siesie enne agi atiti apasa mo a mo chairmans permission EPC security for beji permission once o makoko galamse no mo kire de enti aba ne sa mo aba mo share say 24-hour game changer secretary general for TUC ekaye game changer and na game changer na wahin mo ba ye djuma be na ma create te asema ye ka no mo de che jai brosa brofo kika no na waka wasema wie onya abre se nka se oka ba tie obi omo ba ide na ma ye o ma pa mo nkrofo fi adwuma mu
na mo ma anye bi me example na mtie
na asema me ka no me say ene no wo no wo aba mu tie kasa ma ye nkasa
me ma nkasa
be jai arrogance no
da bu twa me ma nkasa me wie de o ka
no tell because ene no ebu atone so propaganda mo ye no ene no and the chicken are coming home to roost and yes and e ka brofo no enti ene no
ni me nte brofo
oh de te brofo pa the american say mom
t-shirt nyina o se bieju
dem me wo ba ko kam de ba ma
onye sika na mu de mo fanje
yo so obi asem aye kan ne say MPP enye asem na aba the NDC for aje kire mu na say oh and MPP for turn na de ben enye no ne hu hia de hu hia ne Ghana yen will fix our matters now we lose election 2016 then I say don't get akai I say executive for my elector mo de cause defeat no osatna ho abesinde nti ye to omo issues be number on party nim issues be number on party nim gagging crofo left right and center ndi party 246 pro gabra no mo push omo nyina na party mo party na mo dey call opposition and then mo so kura mo tumi anya ho organize aba na ye organize mo to ye politics we dey here no enye MPP politics obi dey here no ye Ghana politics mo fa adwene pa say ye constitution be say no ye democracy be say no na ya ono me jiudi bebi a ofri ba na answer me nimzenka mo ye democrats
constitution kwase a review
Obi, Asempa kwa na somebody ka aka wa say. The omo ye no omo mistake. No or yes idea we yi see for Chief Justice. Sa constitutional review na omo ye no. Ye ntwen kan cooperative back up.
No be fam ho. Wan cooperative.
Oh, na cooperative asa de no won pass. Hwe. It will not pass. Obi so nim threshold no. It will not pass. Me ka kire o say mo yes idea na mo
the ones that require referendum.
Yes. And that one is an entrenched clause. They have to go to a referendum. Oh, to boy.
Referendum in your parliament.
What I say, Obi. Yeah, ben make sure. Obi. The same measuring tool will make sure say that will become the standard. Ntia magana for to say and NDC for look Obi. NDC we know their tendency. Look, this for the public. Omo man baye will give a version of the credit to Rollins for accepting keke, but the agitation, the sacrifice, say ye pe democracy Ghana hano, and you mo kofa baye. International community pressure, and MPP our four bears, omo sacrifice ni tie asemo ameka no na woni hobi
me na ga jo me na me ka
na we di ahia sabre na wo school tie hobi ena ye mat for the public yaba so far no it is now for the public na aba no it is the longest republic ye nya Ghana hobi so nim sa we want that to continue. And this is for tendency for dictatorship. And then they are taking it to a majoritarian tyranny. And on person of the bagana. Yeah, and you torn the coso. Obi, on some issue statement being there. The chairman, Ofi Tono Abba be di ni mama ya demonstration.
Because of demonstration.
And about support to your meeting a china ya be 4 p.m. your meeting the demonstration no ebe was so Ghana. I was so Ghana yen jai enkosi say asem we no Ghana fo nyina be hunu say aba moto ye no ya too mistake. Hwe nana ya okay. Adia etusuya His Excellency John Dramani Mahama nyina so ba kono is so personal. What personalize a governance no say Chief Justice when one answer and nti ya see ye no.
Yabu enu ye
one aka ye. One aka ye.
Me pacho minka me pacho
Obi wa ka
say e wo petition.
No on kan say Obi. Na be kan say.
Obi. Me be say me ka bibi cho me kwa me buy.
There be me time.
Ba be say me say me buy mbo me nka yi asem. De ma kan me say you suspending the petition that we
hwehwe. O ka say o share Pentecost.
Ko Pentecost.
Tana make an own body. That's disrespect.
Enti president and person dey oye nanim nti no obese ye yi no.
Obi anka so opesi ye.
O asema o ka no nka si so me na make kasi so ama. Yo ba say nkomo ne yedi say politics wo ka kwakosi bebe no nto asori na me dey so so. Me so so wo ni akukudura obeka. O ka wo ni akukudura.
Me no me no na wa akukudura.
Ba yo mate na wo akudura nka o kasi so. Ba president ampetobo president ampese dey oye ne otobo a oba tobo
tombo me mane
na on tobo na nkoma ye die no nkoma ye die no mato gba ma waka wo die nti toba me ka me die
nka de anim
de o mu pa na me ka wanka me ka so so akere wo
so ma me na mimi
yo de mate de nti a President John Dramani Mahama oyi Chief Justice say wa ye nanim na I understand the process oba na dey o pre wi mi o kwa he o pre wa kwa he
ma obi asem o ka na enya correct
ma yan ka asem no na ade o ye dictionary
committee no na be yi no
na ya o ye dictionary
if it is going against make our
and so dey no say ka wo ye bone we ka wo say go against you
asem o ka na
bone a wa ye ne ka
I didn't mean it that way me nye bone
bone a wa ye ne ka o de onye bone a tie 40
your point well noted
dia wa ka no wa ka ewie me so me ka so so
e me ka say ka so so
menye wa o se me tie say obi nkoma ye die ne say his excellency wa mpema amini a oyeye independent judiciary tie independent judiciary ye constitution ye no President Mahama onya ho mfaso aba be president mo be say no ye me nka say nya ho mfaso na ya ye nka sa but wa be president na no constitution na ama mo be say no say obi anye ne nima bi anse ankyere no enti say enti e kira enti asema me ke ise sia wo fa me ho tan say ma ba be ka asema tia no enti no onyi me mfi Ghana ye democracy nye sa na tie na ya e kabima me nkabi nipa ampe wasem a enye no nti because Ghana nya wo dia no nti an oyi no na petition ya be obi it is orchestrated me wo hwe a friend say Daniel Fori asem odi bai o tie asem no o hwe ayamga akolgo or say kolgo or say wa dem odi bai say ya cited for contempt enti contempt enti any Chief Justice hey that is for who asiro
there contempt
na say wo aseba okay o dana ya me no PSC obakasa asem no kwa na abro so obeka de tobo radio so no nka mate obi tie ya cite obi for contempt enti yenko Chief Justice. Yes, see, Chief Justice are spending, or by you say unaccountable interest about say $14,000, said BB, and I was spending $261. Akoyi, Entienko, no, OB. When and yet destabilizing the third arm of government.
Yes, I'm now okay.
Yeah, Nana Yatio. Sadia o kandi easy susu ti asemo aye kano tie ode easy susu Chief Justice no enya sem papa enene bankra committee ni mani wie committee no kra no is prejudice is bias debi
we are committee sir what have they done amana bias
obi tie sema make
the committee chaired by Justice Scott Puaman.
Obi case here okay no on kan hu bi
Daniel Fori de no
yes
ba send dem fa
there be me say no on kan hu bi ana enti say no be ya ade against Chief Justice na no ote ho ye dey because it was a joint responsibility Oba ma just say enti no so no e ba gina asem we so akwa yi obi a no a ono na nka o ka ade no ho ana ye no ono no ye nya ne den ye we wi a ye be yi ono so ana hwe nana ya no kura bi wo a wo ka yeah say be bold in comparison the idea ni say assemble wo no kan ne because it suits you a china no ko be hye ho akonfo because asem kro no ye de be diwu dia wo kan o de bi to boy onya asem a kan wo de ya wo ye wo de asem no nya wo asem de ye ka Ghana asem
wo se de be du mi de di mi da
te obi anfa hwe ndi
wo be se bie
te wo bie mu am ya te hwe ni ho wa ka bia wo ha ya te na hwe ni ho wa bia me ka kiro se matufo se ko a presidential diary no Jimmy and Sana and nine boss. They note for na dada no okay no.
Dada be amekai.
Hey Obi. Nana ya oyetofo. O tina wono aka sem no pa na so tumi usa sem ya nana kai. Enye no kro. Na wa yire no pa no oka. Na all the emotions be techire. Eye propaganda. Wa ye wi. Ena no wa ba bedi ha. Ena no wa ba tie. Wa ba bedi ha. Ana me kira wo say per note ne be ka ho. Na ye foforo.
Onye fresh note.
They are ye done on the
government communication.
No say ni de enye adwuma.
No fresh notes na wo kan wan kan ye.
But that no na wo ka that no
make fresh
na make actually they say and you ni abre
Monday most at the time ben
yes obi pese be ka bibi ansa no
o de so ma me bi ma se boy
ma me question
about time da ho
Friday most at Monday most at the time ben
obi mpacho boy yen na magana for ntisa asemi
yes
Monday and papa 5 a.m. man for starting
yeah
shower opposite Supreme Court one say Bishop Car Park be opposite Supreme Court
e ho na mo start demonstration
yeah ho na be start start ho because you per se attach the 3 arms of government or the 3 branches of government start with Supreme Court be more the Judicial Council be more petition said they should act in concert. Sir, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama NDC say judiciary no undermining invalidated judiciary no more ntra ho nyehwe ha omo act in concert say enye sa na ye nananom FOC in drafting this constitution. They wanted the power of judicial review to work. They want the rights of citizens to be protected. They want the rule of law to be protected. That is why omo ye judiciary no as an independent arm ye penisa be independent ye free wa ye fa ministry ho akwako pie parliament hono ye submit petition. I'm a speaker na parliament say ma omo ntina ho nyehwe ha ma His Excellency John Dramani ma omo de parliament no based on the majority wa fa mu no mu na hono de wonya control and this vocal chire so ye nkura de omo fa ye nyehwe. But you be so the mighty minority will hold them accountable.
Move free parliament.
If you parliament, you ba straight. I call Jubilee House.
Move about Jubilee House.
Yeah, about Jubilee House. Yeah, the money in your day, Maomo. Yeah, di mraso. Yeah, call opposite Jubilee House or Liberation Square. Yeah, ko jira ho. Na ya tinte su koko achre abanwe His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Say a constitution no ehu ya yen. Ye ne ato abama no. Ghana yanto amano yanfa Ghana anche no and na onya he has a lease for 4 years. He has a lease for 4 years. Any attempt to disrupt a democracy no will be resisted. Any attempt to put people at the Supreme Court to sponsor a certain interpretation to favor so to me a court term no will not be tolerated. We will resist it and we are coming in full force to tell him say yen na kronia ye dia and he has selected so ndi animu yem fa Ghana ncheno yem mane fa Ghana nye di ope. We will resist it today. We will continue to resist it until right is done by this country and our constitution is protected. Na campaign how nim say the campaign
petition na
na kwa baba kai ho me t-shirt
man obe pia beje petition
then na me pia beje pa na me de akọ the point is that obi
na ya na oba power wo bully ni pasa
ye ka se obi ebu constitution so na obi e the democracy idi agora NPP for o ti asema Richard kan o see omu pnema committee ni nya adwuma committee a constitution abono the embodiment of the constitution almost the
members on the committee are biased.
I didn't know who's on me by moment. Ultimately, so almost almost prima for committee in Yajuma, not just one democracy because constitution way. Now, Article 46 2 going down. Now it tells you the steps that you do go through. Committee in the bed and I must committee now. And that's just a mono you'll be a more bomb mine. I want your mind before. Then a constitution. There be a way. What can't there be? I did a constitution.
Constitution, they can say. So who say Obi is aiming to destroy this democracy. Now, you have a right in this constitution
to resist.
Until
the constitution now bo committee. Say committee we ne be decide say. We say onu ko mon kasi o be no. Committee ne be decide say yin no. Ana enye president ti mu wa aluta bi amunye ntia committee mi wa committee kura no.
The ote committee no na aluta no.
Mo say committee no kura.
No na aluta no e che no so.
Committee no kura mfa mo. Na nipa obi ase enye constitutional review.
What try opposition
e do a referendum na.
Mo be democracy ma o tumi no o be say no.
Won wadwen omo no Ghana.
O be say 4.7
referendum aye be here for constitutional review.
Yes.
Won ba be say no.
Because the no is not legal.
So
okay, Martin Luther King. That's any say the law against conscience. If the law goes against conscience, you must resist it. We'll resist it now.